Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the June 10th, 2024 City Council meeting. If the clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes. Here. Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Here.
Mayor Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Koo.
Here.
For the record, 6 present.
Thank you. Move to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. The only change I would note, and the obvious for those that are watching now, is that we are starting early this evening based upon Council's deferral or really bringing forward as an action item AA1, which is the pre-approved parklet designs, also related ordinance topics. And that's the only change for this evening.
Thank you. Now we move to public comment. Anything that's not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
We currently have 21 with that's including a group of 7.
Okay, then we'll do 5 minutes for the group, 1 minute per individual speaker since we're over 20 speakers. Do you wish to remind the public of some new policies the council recently passed that we're no longer allowing virtual speakers for this general public comment. We're also capping public comment to a total of 30 minutes. We go beyond 30 minutes, we'll move the rest to the end of the agenda. So if you'd like to speak, please submit your comment cards to the clerk now. Before we begin, just go over some ground rules to ensure that we're all aware of expectations. So first and most importantly, the City of Palo Alto values inclusion and tolerance. We strive to create a safe space for us all to express our views. Any intimidation or harassment of anyone in the room will not be tolerated. Second, First Amendment protects an individual's right to express their views in this public space. So while we can't implement reasonable time, space, and manner restrictions, we cannot prevent a speaker from expressing their views, no matter how much we may disagree with it. If a speaker says something that you disagree with or find troubling, you're welcome to excuse yourself from the room until after that person has finished their comments. We won't tolerate members of the public interrupting a speaker. Everyone is guaranteed their time to speak, but your time is going to be limited to 1 minute of public comment. And please withhold all your commentary both during and after when someone's speaking. We ask that you don't clap or make other verbal remarks, as they may make people feel uncomfortable in expressing their views. And finally, we ask that you honor people's personal space and right to express themselves. Please respect each other and respect the forum that we've created here for people to share those perspectives. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Madam Clerk.
Our first speaker is V. Minhas. You, Minhas? Our next speaker is Al Gabay. Okay, moving to our next speaker, M. Fahimi. Our next speaker, M. Higgins. Our next speaker, Deborah Lease. Sorry. Okay. All right.
Israel is a liability, a financial liability as we fund the mass destruction of Palestine at an estimated $100 million a day, according to the nation, a political liability as we aid Israel in simultaneously violating the Geneva and Vienna Conventions plus 65 UN resolutions, a legal liability as we move from complicity in genocide to active military involvement. On June 8th, US soldiers marked as a reconnaissance group committed a war crime called perfidy by using aid trucks as a Trojan horse to slaughter starved Palestinians, a horrifying massacre at Nasrat refugee camp, killing 274 Palestinians, mostly children, and injuring over 700. Now Biden called for an emergency ceasefire at the UN Security Council. As for Palo Alto, each person on this council is making a declaration of character with inevitable repercussions. Calling for a ceasefire may not be enough. It is time for disclosure and begin discussion on boycott and divestment because Israel is a liability.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Barbara M.
Alma Street north of Oregon is an unsafe route for the adjacent community. Its purpose needs to be reconsidered and changes made. I see two options. The first, Alma is an adequate continuation of Central Expressway for through traffic from the south. Should it continue to be utilized in this manner, it will need massive upgrades, disruption to property, community, and environment than being discussed tonight around rail separation. Option two, view Alma as a neighborhood street primarily for the convenience and safety of the adjacent community. This option requires making Alma slower, safer, and by intentionally reducing and slowing traffic to one lane in each direction, adding left turn lanes, merging lanes, and other proven additions. Juanipa Boulevard is a local example of such a plan. If Alma is made inconvenient to all but local traffic, drivers south of Oregon are likely to head to 101 or El Camino or some other route. For a large investment in infrastructure such as proposed for the tunnel and the Churchill intersection with attending community disruption, it must reevaluate.
So your time is up, and as a reminder that this is for items that are not on the agenda, and so that is item number 13, I believe.
Our next speaker is Lori, followed by Giora.
Thank you for all you're doing to prioritize belonging in Palo Alto, including the city's unity statement and HRC listening sessions. As you likely read in the New York Times this Sunday, a devastating crisis in Sudan has displaced over 10 million people, with similar tragedies occurring globally. Despite these events, we must maintain unity here at home. Blaming community members for the actions of foreign governments or extremist groups is wrong. We wouldn't blame our Chinese neighbors for China's treatment of the Uyghurs, our Muslim neighbors for ISIS's genocide against the Yazidis, or our Burmese neighbors for the persecutions of the Rohingya. This would be textbook discrimination. It's not okay. One of Council's 2024 priorities is to enhance community events focusing on inclusion. These events are crucial for combating discrimination and fostering unity. I'd love to learn more about this priority and help in any way. I hope that we all do. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Giora, followed by Allison R.
Good afternoon, City Council members. I'm Giora Tarnopolsky. 10 days ago, dozens of books in the Holocaust section of the Rinconada Library were found defaced with anti-Semitic vandalism celebrating Nazi Germany. I feel alarmed and I feel pained. The Rinconada branch was the one my children use more often, and it's now being assaulted by bigots. This vandalism is a symptom of a broader pervasive effect, ever-present anti-Semitism in our community. I reminded you here of the burning down of the Redwood City Synagogue where I prayed, of a swastika scratch on my front door, and of seeing now in 2024 anti-Semitic chanting on Ramona Street. I urge you to address anti-Semitism in Palo Alto. I asked the council to launch an educational and informational program to enable all to recognize, refute, redress, and prevent anti-Semitism. This behavior is abhorrent to what Palo Alto is all about. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Allison R. Hi, I'm Allison Raymer. I grew up in the United States and I was recruited to become a settler in Israel when I was 18 years old with the commonly known Birthright Israel, Tug Lead Israel campaign. I moved there in 2006, and in 2008, I witnessed Israel's first war on Gaza from Tel Aviv, and I saw how Israel was working to prevent journalists, humanitarian aid, and human rights organizations from documenting the crimes there. I traveled to the West Bank, where Israel had settled over 500,000 Israeli settlers illegally in the occupied territories. And as an Israeli Jew, I moved to the West Bank to have a deep witnessing. Within 1 month, I quickly saw how children, women, and adults were consistently had their rights violated by Israeli settlers and the IDF on a daily basis. I started to learn about this systematic change, and I moved there to help them for over a decade. I lived amongst Palestinians as an Israeli Jew, and I never once experienced anti-Semitism from them. They completely embraced me with my Jewish identity and knew that there was something very distinct between being Jewish and being someone who was a Zionist. Unfortunately, in the work that I did with World Vision, Oxfam, the United Nations, and several other international and local organizations, time and time again, I saw how our documentation of human rights violations was ignored both by the United States government and unfortunately by international institutions. I left 9 months ago because the situation on the ground was so bad. It was so clear that things were going to get out of hand and that we would end up in such a dangerous situation. So this is far beyond what I ever had imagined. Over the course of those years, I saw how people were robbed of the ability to have peaceful private lives. The first project that I did in 2011 was with children, where I gave them cameras so that they could document what was happening in their daily life. Unfortunately, during the month and a half that I worked with those 12 children, all of them were taken, abducted from their homes, and tortured by Israel. Children who are under 12 years old, so that they could glean certain confessions from them and try to persecute adults. An adult particularly who was deemed a human rights defender by the United Nations and by the European Union for organizing nonviolent protests that he welcomed me into, and hundreds and thousands of other people in a little village called Nebi Saleh. In October, he was abducted from his home along with his daughter for the umpteenth time in the middle of the night without any charges, and has spent months in prison, and we didn't know where he was or where his family was, and they had no connection to lawyers or any legality. Things have gone completely beyond off the books. The Israeli law and international law is not being followed, not at this time and not for decades. We've seen a surge in the recent months as attempts to criminalize protests and curtail freedom of expression on this. It's actually not even in the past months, but in the United States in the past decades. And criminalizing protests isn't just bad for the movement for a liberation for free Palestine, but for all of the causes that so many of us hold dear. Such efforts have included expanding of surveillance, legislative attacks on freedom of expression, and conflation of anti-Semitism with criticism of Israel. There's no way that it is anti-Semitic to call for human rights, but this has been years and decades-long campaign waged by wealthy, super wealthy billionaires in the United States who've worked to change these policies in Israel. And to brainwash, for lack of better terminology, people in the United States. There's so much misinformation about what it means to be anti-Semitic that now we've actually lost count. We don't actually have a way to see when there are truly anti-Semitic actions happening, because now criticism of Israel has been made blatant as anti-Semitism. As a daughter of people, as the granddaughter of people who fled Europe because of anti-Semitism, I can't, and someone who witnessed for over a decade how Palestinians are being treated, I know that this doesn't keep any of us safe. This is not the way for us. this is not the way for our future generations. And so I really, I thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarit S.
This past weekend, in the most complex military operation since October 7th, the IDF rescued 4 hostages from the Nuseirat refugee camp in Gaza. 3 of the hostages, Almog, Andre, and Shlomi, were held in the home of a physician and his son, Abdallah Al-Jamal, an Al Jazeera journalist who frequently wrote articles about human rights violations. Let that sink in. The 4th hostage, Noah, was held in an adjacent building, the home of a wealthy family who beat her and treated her as a maid, telling her she was lucky to be there. During the Israeli operation, Hamas and armed civilians violently opposed the effort, endangering tens of thousands of Palestinian lives. Their actions resulted in the deaths and injuries of Palestinians. The collateral damage of the rescue operation is horrible. But it was inevitable, given that Hamas held the hostages in family homes in the middle of a busy civilian area. If you want to end the bloodshed, call for the release of the hostages and the surrender of Hamas.
Our next speaker is Bill R., followed by Brenda B.
Good afternoon. I'm here for full shift 24/7 funding for the fire department. I attended the May 15th, 2024 meeting and would represent that the information by staff was neither complete nor analytical. There needs to be an analysis of the ISO rating of the city, which is inconsistently referenced as 1 and 2. There needs to be a further analysis of the 201 rights of the city, because those 201 rights, which would be ambulances staffed by Palo Alto personnel, are far superior and have consistently shown to generate money over 3 decades. I am against, absolutely, authorizing the city manager to negotiate with AMR. AMR has service issues that will affect lives and property. I would request your analysis of this in terms of a point of order.
Your time is up.
Point of order. 8 times since 11:45, the budget statement at
Your time is up.
2025 has been accessed. It's not available. So if you want people to.
All right, thank you. Your time is up. But you could submit it to us via email or give it to the clerk.
Our next speaker is Brenda B.
Hi, I'm a physical therapist and program coordinator at Ability Path. My name is Brenda Brown. This is Lori, and she is a canine companion dog that I am raising at this time for a person with a disability. Before REACH, I spent my time at Valley Medical Center for 13 years, working in 7 different therapy departments. Moving back to REACH, after COVID, we realized that we just weren't sustainable on our own. And so we ended up merging with Ability Path, and they have given us unending support that I had no knowledge of before we actually merged with them. They have given us marketing skills, gym equipment, grant writing, finances, maintenance, and encouragement to keep going. We have doubled in size since we have merged with them. We would not be here today if Ability Path had
Your
not
time
taken
is
us
up.
in. And I look forward to your consideration for our program and for Mitchell Park. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alyssa S., followed by Sohila M.
Hi, everyone. It's great to see all of you. I've worked with several of you before when I was on the Paul's Youth Council for 4 years and served as Youth Council President. And for the past year, I've been volunteering at the REACH arm of Ability Path. The road following brain injury is difficult for patients, their families, and their friends. But in my volunteering, I've seen how Ability Path sparks joy in patients' recovery. At Ability Path, with cutting boards adapted for one-handed use and ingredients, we helped patients cut vegetables and cook meals. One patient cried after we helped them cut cucumbers for their favorite salad recipe. It was the first time in years that they felt helpful in the kitchen. Another patient had participated in the program for decades. She shared that after her stroke, she was unable to speak at all. After several years with our healthcare professionals, she began saying the letter M. She relearned the entire alphabet and afterwards relearned how to say words. And when I spoke with her recently, she was chatting almost as much as I do. I thank you for your time as we are hope to consider your funding for our program.
Our next speaker is Sohila, followed by Brian N.
Honorable City Council members, I have had the privilege of serving individuals with developmental disabilities and their families in Palo Alto for nearly 25 years. Your decision to support the Ability Pass's $250,000 grant request is vital. It is important not only for the Mitchell Park Place residents, but for the entire Palo Alto community. Ability Pass has a proven track record of using funds efficiently, and its impact has been significant in our community. Your grant will also motivate donors to support these programs that my colleagues talked about as well in our fundraising event, which will be held 3 months from now. Please consider our request for your help wholeheartedly and be sure it will be very, very impactful for the people we serve and our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian N., followed by Paul P.
Mayor Stone, fellow council members, this is our fifth time presenting to you and giving you an update on our request for the Mitchell Park Place grant, matching grant. We'd asked $250,000 for other donors. Now you might say we're persistent, maybe annoying. I'd like to say we're passionate. We care very much about the community we serve. We are here to make a difference. We stand by our word and our commitment. We provided an email that gave you outline of how we would spend those funds. It is about hiring staff to serve others. That's what the funds would be used for. Our reach and our impact in Palo Alto is not only large today, but it's growing. And so we would like you to consider our request for the $250,000 matching grant to help us start programs that will serve the entire Palo Alto community. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Paul P., followed by Mark S. Paul P. Moving to our next speaker, Mark S., followed by Aram J.
Thank you. I would like to comment on Smith Development's request to eliminate the possibility of a bike lane at Middlefield at University. It was in the city's 2012 bike plan, but never built. Palo Alto Online called it a phantom bike lane. It's really frustrating to hear from a developer, but because the city did not follow through on its bike infrastructure plan, they want the right-of-way canceled. The reason the Middlefield was in the 2012 bike plan is that Middlefield is a bike lane in South Palo Alto and across Mountain View, as well as north of us across Menlo Park. The city simply didn't follow through with the 2012 plan and close the gap. I would also note that we have to consider the reality of e-bikes and longer distance commuting. Middlefield is well suited for higher speed e-bikes. We are also facing an accelerated pace of high-density development. I think the city should move faster in updating the city's bicycle and pedestrian plan to anticipate and address how different transportation is going to be with higher density development. But frankly, I don't think we need a new bicycle and pedestrian plan. The 2012 plan identified the same gaps in safety locations we have today. I just don't think we need a new study to propose more phantom infrastructure that doesn't get done. What we need is the 2012 recommendations completed. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Aram J.
I'm working on this one, so we might hear a little bit more, but in 1963, from the Birmingham jail, Martin Luther King, then the president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, engaging his group in nonviolent direct action in Birmingham, said this: I would agree with St. Augustine that an unjust law is no law at all. He said in reference to some of the segregationist ordinances at the time in 1963, you can disobey them because they are morally wrong, they're unjust, they're no law at all. This council on the 20th of May voted in support of a censorship, a further censorship of the Palestinian liberation folks. You called it, hey, let's not talk about foreign affairs, except when you all want to put Palo Alto in a universal light as the center of the high tech. But now we're going to retreat into provincialism, and we're only going to talk about our own damn potholes. And Julie, you told Lithcott Haynes, you said you can't reach out to Cory Booker to talk to him about this issue. You got the connections, you just don't want to.
That concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
Thank you. Brings us to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Okay, seeing no lights for council member questions, comments, and announcements. I think the only thing I'll add is that on Sunday, I attended the 30th birthday party for our celebrity resident donkey, Perry, and it was a great celebration. As a reminder to the public, we still have until June 23rd to be able to raise funds for Perry, and as a reminder that the city is going to match up to $10,000 on those donations. I know last I checked, they had raised a little over 4,000. So hopefully the birthday celebration brought a few more birthday gifts in for Perry. But it was a wonderful celebration. A lot of members of the public out there honoring Perry on his big birthday celebration. Okay. Now that moves us on to our consent calendar. So these are items 1 through 11. Let's do public comment on the consent calendar first.
Our first speaker is Phil Y.
Oh, sorry, I clicked it by accident as I'm on a later one, so sorry.
No worries. All right, thank you. That concludes public comment on consent calendar items 1 through 11.
All right, thank you. We'll bring it back to the dais. Do we have a motion to move the consent? And then after I have the motion, we'll take no's and request to pull.
So move.
Second.
Great. Moved by Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Lithcott Haynes. Then no votes and requests to pull. Vice Mayor Lowing?
No, sorry, that was up to make the motion.
Great. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing no lights then, clerk can call the vote.
This way.
Madam Clerk?
All right, thank you. Calling the vote, Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka, Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burton,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0 with 1 absent.
All right. Thank you. Now, city manager comments.
No notes. Okay, let's see. First off, I should probably address this issue. We understand that there was some question about our action item this evening, so just wanted to cover that as it relates to the rail grade separations. The agenda item, and I'll just go ahead and read this. Selection of rail grade separation alternatives and bicycle pedestrian crossing near the Churchill Avenue crossing for the advancement of the alternatives into the preliminary engineering and environmental document phase. I think the issue that was raised was whether that includes the Meadow and Charleston crossing, and as intended, the rail grade separation alternatives was and is inclusive of all of those locations. So on that basis, staff recommends that we proceed with the item this evening. That said, as we get to that item, I'm sure council can take that up again. Then with that, let's move to the prepared comments, which are largely related to upcoming events. So next slide, please. Okay, first want to flag that we have a number of ongoing community engagement efforts and a few just to highlight here in the month of June. One is the Artists King Plaza Artist in Resident program where we have upcoming opportunities for community members to speak with the artists working on the next work to be placed here at the plaza. We also have the Palo Alto Airport community meeting on the long-range facilities and sustainability plan. Then finally, a wildfire preparedness webinar coming up later in the month. All of this information is available on our city calendar and our homepage. Thank you. Next slide, please. All right. Also, then looking forward to items and activities for the summer. First off, a summer reading for a cause for community members looking for a reading list over the summer, and actually as a way to benefit the community through your reading. This is a program that we're once again sponsoring, and in fact, thanks to the Friends of the Palo Alto Library that will be making a donation to the Downtown Streets team pending meeting our community goal of 20,000 hours of reading this summer. Next slide, please. Then also other activities to perhaps occupy any youth that you have in your household or other households that might use a productive activity over the summer. This Growing a Greener Community Sustainability Program is our latest effort to identify activities that youth can participate in that support our overall community sustainability. Information there, again, available on our homepage. Next slide, please. Then finally, let me touch on the upcoming agendas. Obviously, we're starting earlier this evening. We will also start early next week, both on Monday, as well as having a special meeting on Tuesday, June 18th. On Monday, primary action related to your budget, but also a action item related to the city's long-term hydroelectricity contract with the federal government. Then finally, the El Camino Real bike lane proposal. Both are, again, all of that on the schedule for next Monday. Then next Tuesday, again, starting at 4 p.m. with the report from the Human Relations Commission, research on lived experience of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders in the community. Notable that for that session, the council will be taking in-person public testimony only, no Zoom comments. And then proceeding with the remainder of your agenda next Tuesday, your CDBG Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan, the streamlined review proposed for the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park, and then finally the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan adoption. Then just looking forward beyond July to the council's return in August, just want to note your regular dates, but notable in the August and September dates are that there would be no meeting on the last Monday in August, the 26th, nor on the following Monday, the 2nd, I believe it is, which is Labor Day. So just want to note those dates for planning through the remainder of summer. And with that, Mayor, that concludes my comments.
Thank you. And see if there's any objection, but I think still early. We can move past our break and take on our first action item and then take our 15-minute break after that. Seeing no objection, great. Then let's move on to our first action item, AA1, pre-approved parklet designs and proposed revisions to adopted ongoing parklets. As a reminder, this item was pulled last week from the consent and has now been re-agendized onto our action items. Turn to staff.
Thank you, Mayor. Did want to note for both council and community members that we issued a supplemental report late last week, given the action item on this evening. It responded and perhaps laid out the specific items that are part of this recommendation related to the interim ordinance and resolution related to Ramona Street. Number 2, the ongoing parklet program. Number 3, approval of the pre-approved parklet designs. And number 4, the timeline under which this recommendation was brought forward. Hope that you find it's a relatively straightforward item, though recognize at the same time this is a significant milestone, and also recognizing that we have a number of community stakeholders with a range of interests. And so as that, let me ask Ashwini Kantak, our project manager, to just briefly walk through some of the resources we have available for council's discussion tonight as you see fit.
Thank you, Ed. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Happy to be here again to talk about parklets today. If we could go to the next slide. So just as a reminder, parklet regulations apply to parklets in the downtown area as well as the California Avenue Business District. The car-free portion of Ramona Street is included in this program, but the car-free portion of Cal Ave is not. Next slide, please. So based on council direction earlier, staff engaged with the ARB on pre-approved parklet designs over the last several months, and we also engaged with several stakeholders. And through this engagement process, we identified some needed refinements to the existing standards, a notable one being the inclusion of planters and parklets, which are currently not allowed. And the proposed refinements are included in, if we could go to the next slide, please. These are the ones that I included. I'm not going to go through them. We can always come back if you have questions, but these are included in your June 3rd staff report. Next slide, please. And then the pre-approved designs as well as a user guide that is available for parklet operators and owners. The use of pre-approved designs is completely voluntary, but it has a lot of benefits. A primary one being pre-approved shop drawings that will allow for an expedited review and approval process. The designs allow flexibility and customization. There's a choice of materials. There's options with and without roofs. And then the user guide provides easy step-by-step instructions, both to design the parklets and then also to go through the permitting process. Next slide, please. Here are some considerations for council action. The information on this slide is included in the supplemental memo as an attachment that City Manager Shikara talked about. And the proposed changes to the interim ordinance are really intended to allow the existing parklets on the car-free portion of Ramona Street to continue to operate until we have standards for outdoor dining on car-free streets. If council defers action on this item, the existing parklets will need to comply with standards that are meant for streets with vehicular traffic, and we don't want the parklet operators to have to do that. In terms of proposed refinements to the ongoing parklet standards, again, if council defers action, we won't be able to have the pre-approved shop drawings available for use in August, which we've been communicating to stakeholders that they would be, and planters, which were a high priority for stakeholders, and the ARB will not be allowed. Additionally, furnishings will be regulated, and a few other changes requested by the ARB and stakeholders will not be incorporated in the standards. And lastly, the pre-approved designs, if council again defers action on this, which was developed through engagement with ARB, parklet operators will need to expend time and money to develop custom designs, and the approval process will be longer. Alternatively, the city would need to defer enforcement, which would again continue some of the issues related to drainage and ponding through another winter season. Another consideration for council is that parklets on Emerson Street, which have to be removed due to a long planned repaving project, will either have to use custom designs or then wait for a while for the pre-approved designs. Next slide, please. So there's many components to this parklets program, and this slide shows you kind of how all the pieces fit together. So in July, we will be asking all existing parklets to submit a pre-application and start paying fees, except for the parklets on Ramona, which will pay fees once the changes to the interim ordinance go into effect. And any parklets that have not submitted the pre-application and paid the fees in July will need to remove their parklets by August 1st. And then retrofits of existing parklets, rebuilt parklets, or any new parklets will need to comply with the ongoing parklet standards by November 1st. Next slide, please. And here are the recommendations. We have slightly reordered them since the June 3rd report because we have 1 and 2 for your approval. We're asking for your approval. And then number 3, because the June 3rd report was inadvertently not included in the June 10th package, we're presenting our recommendations, but it will be in front of you for formal action on consent on June 17th, and that's related to the ordinance and resolution for the interim ordinance. With that, we're available for questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll turn it over to the public then for public comment on this item.
There are no requests to speak, and actually one hand was just raised. One moment. Our first speaker is Sikandar S.
Hey, thank you for taking my question. A couple things. I know that currently the city is looking into the areas where parklets are allowed. Currently, they're only allowed in street-facing businesses. I work with a building that opens into a parking lot, and I know that that's under review, and a plan for that was supposed to be come up with during the summer. It was just mentioned that application fees and applications need to be submitted by July. I'm wondering when we might know what the plan is for businesses that are not street facing.
Great. We don't respond to comments during public comment, but staff might be able to answer your question when we get back to our council discussion.
Our next speaker is Liz G.
Oh, are you there? Hello?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I thought this was public comment. I just jumped on, so I'm going to exit and try a little bit later. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on action item AA1.
Yep. And we'll bring it back to the dais for discussion or questions. While waiting for council members to put on their light, I'm wondering, can staff respond to the question that the public commenter asked?
Yeah, go ahead.
everyone. Thank you, Mayor. So the ordinance related to the non-street kind of in the parking lot parklets, that already allows, the existing one allows it to go through December. And so we'd have to come back with you with that, but that's not covered here. And Tim, do you want to add it? Okay.
Okay, so businesses that are not facing the street, they'll continue to be able to operate as is until December, and staff will come back with something before then.
In parallel, yes.
Thank you. Other council members? Councilmember Burt?
Thank you. So one of the things I wanted to understand better is we have the standard parklet designs that went through the architectural review board, and it's described that they have a certain amount of latitude in finishes and the like. But I wanted to understand the difference between our new parklet standards and existing parklets, because we're hearing, and I don't know whether it's correct or not, that many or all of those existing parklets would need to be replaced at significant expense to the proprietors to comply with the new standards. And I was kind of surprised that their perception is that there's such a difference that they would need to replace them, as opposed to perhaps modify them, or whether some of them are essentially in compliance with the new standards. So can you explain to us kind of that difference?
I think we're hoping to bring up the graphic. So when the city clerk returns, we'll do that. Oh, thank you. One thing I did want to just clarify, and the terminology is important because this has been a source of some confusion, that what we're bringing forward this evening is what we're calling a pre-approved design, which is distinct from a standard. It is not intended to reflect anything compulsory, really. It is an option. And again, this actually specifically follows council's direction at the last time you discussed parklets. So this is available as a resource for parklet sponsors as a means through which to get a streamlined review and approval of a parklet under the ongoing program, which again is notable because it does reflect the transition from the emergency COVID conditions under which parklets were originally installed with compliance with the design guidelines that council has now approved. So with that, Ms. Contact.
Thank you. So Councilmember Burt, thank you for your question. So maybe if I could just provide some background. Council adopted what was called then permanent, and we've kind of started calling that ongoing parklet standards last year in September. What we're bringing to you today is just some refinements, and you can see those on this slide. And these are just based on our discussions. As we discussed with the ARB as well as stakeholders, we talked about the standards for the ongoing parklets and the pre-approved designs. We noted that there were some changes that we would want to recommend to council. And so these are noted here. I can go through them if you'd like, but we're not asking for a wholesale change of the standards. It's just some refinements. The standards were already adopted in September of last year.
Yeah, and when I compare the current adopted standard column to the proposed standard, when you say current adopted standard, is that the standard that applied to the temporary parklets that are there now?
No, Councilmember, that's the permanent, what was called permanent, and now we're calling it ongoing.
Okay. So the question I have is the difference between the standards that these parklets, the current parklets were built under, and what we are now having under the proposed standard.
Sure. And so when council adopted the standards for the ongoing / permanent program, safety kind of distances from vehicular traffic, ADA compliance, other codes were all taken into account. The interim ones did not really have a lot of that incorporated.
I want to zero in on specifics.
Okay.
So what are the differences that are material that are causing what at least these proprietors believe is going to be the necessity to demolish their current parklets and then build them anew according to the proposed standard?
The main difference would be the setbacks from vehicular traffic. So both from travel lanes as well as intersections, road intersections, alleyways. So that's the main difference. Then there were not all parklets were kind of built flush with the sidewalk. They didn't have ADA accessibility. So those are changes. So we did do a feasibility analysis at the start of this effort and looked at what changes. So the existing parklets can continue to build where they are located, but they will have to make some modifications to be in compliance, some more than others.
So when you say build where they're located, you mean that they would be able to take the existing parklet that is constructed and modify it as opposed to replace it?
A few parklets are within that setback area, so they would need to kind of shrink their footprint to meet the requirements, the safety requirements related to travel lanes and sight lines.
But you're saying the others would be able to remain?
They would have to still make a few changes, but not as significant. So there's, it's a variety. There's 30 plus parklets, so they all have varying conditions. So some of them have to make pretty minor modifications to comply, whereas others would have to shrink their footprint or kind of rebuild if they're on grade.
So with the engagement that we've had, I'm trying to sort through why there seems to be a disconnect between what you've just described and their perception. And what we're hearing about, big concerns that they'd have to basically abandon their investments as opposed to modify them in most circumstances. That's what I'm trying to get at. And I see Steve might have something to add.
Yeah, please. Good evening, Steve Guagliardo, assistant to the city manager, helping coordinate the city's economic development function. A couple of the points that have not been raised in the conversation yet are the issues that came up last September as we were having this discussion. That was the issue about roofs extending beyond someone's frontage. In September, this council decided that you could do that if you got a letter of consent, but that's something that is not in the temporary program and is in the ongoing standard. The other piece is the provision for drainage and access to drainage that's included in the ongoing standard that is not in the temporary program. And then just the final piece is the limit of 350 square feet, but the provision to allow people to have up to 2 of those parklets. So those are some of the key differences in the ongoing standards as adopted by this council in September and the temporary provisions that were in place.
So do you have any explanation as to why we're hearing that there are a bunch of proprietors who think that they will have to demolish their existing parklets and, tens of thousands of dollars investment and completely rebuild them?
I think it's been a messaging issue, and it's something that staff is actively working on with parklet operators as we go through the conversation, is to understand that in some cases a retrofit may be an option that works for them. And in other cases, it may be, depending on where they're sited now versus the ongoing standards and what's being applied, it may be closer to the latter that you described.
Okay, here we're asked to make some decisions. We're hearing a bunch of assertions, and there just doesn't seem to be a reconciliation between what our staff believes is the case in terms of the impacts of the new standards compared to the existing parklets, and what we're hearing from proprietors. And so I don't know what to do with that.
Well, if I might, Councilmember, I'd have to say it's not surprising at all that proprietors would be concerned with any modifications. That said, the specific refinements that are on this graphic are the only ones that are being proposed this evening. So on issues of consent of adjacent property or the like, those are items that have previously been directed by council and so are not really a part of what we're bringing to you this evening.
Yeah, and I will note that the proposed standard for tonight compared to what the current adopted, meaning the previously adopted permanent standard, does liberalize a number of the requirements. And so that's part of why I'm still trying to understand why the perception is so different from what we are thinking is the reality. And okay, well, I'll let other folks go and go from there.
Councilman Vinker?
Yeah, I can be quite brief. I do appreciate staff's effort to expedite permitting with these pre-approved designs, and I also appreciate that they are voluntary, so that if those who have a different design that they love can still pursue those. So that's great. I noted in here that staff recommends proceeding with the license fees for use of the public space on Ramona, mentioning that it supports enhanced cleaning that stakeholders have asked about, and maintains consistency with other downtown businesses occupying public spaces. Could you just tell us more? I wasn't sure what that meant. Could you tell us more about those other businesses and what you mean by maintaining consistency?
Yes, it refers to all of the other parklets, we use that term loosely, in downtown and really citywide.
Okay, so not businesses occupying public spaces in other ways. We're still talking about parklets here?
Yes, that the license fees will be implemented for all, again, in all locations.
Yes.
With the exception of Car-Free California Avenue. And so that is the consistency issue.
Okay, the way it read, I thought you were analogizing to other non-parklet occupations of public spaces. No, okay. All right, that's all I have right now.
Anyone else? Vice Mayor Lamy?
Yes, thanks. Appreciate the new staff report for this week compared to the consent item. Love the templates that could make it a lot cheaper and quicker for the folks that can do this, plus the flexibility item. So it kind of gives you both. Like Councilman Burt, I've heard that there's concern out there that we're missing some things. So I would just kind of state tonight that if we've missed some things, let's be open to bringing this back and making corrections if that happens. And that doesn't mean, I mean, if we really miss some things, not if we want to change policy in the next 2 weeks or something like that. Was there ever any consideration given to either grandfathering in some of these that had minor variations or delaying the implementation time for that, just so that they could get more ROI before they started a new I?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So we're certainly open to looking at it on a case-by-case basis. If there is really a minor variation, we want to be helpful. We don't want businesses to have to expend dollars if not needed. But again, we want to make sure we are being fair and that they're adhering to all the safety standards, especially related to distances from traffic. But we can certainly work, if it's a minor modification or variance, we could certainly work with them.
I like that answer, because if it is safety oriented, we want everybody to be safe for our citizens. So that's good. But just, listening to sort of, it's going to cost me $10,000 and I'm going to get a foot difference in such and such a space, and I'm not projecting, if that could just be given some consideration, I think that would go a long way with this implementation of parklets. And appreciate the note that unlike that consent item, you're noting that there's no change to the intent to have, to the direction, not the intent, to have Ramona closed. But for the public, in case they didn't read the fine print, we have to come back on that and do another motion. But that is still very much the council direction. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman McCoo.
Thank you for coming back with this proposal. I wanted to find out, for the Emerson Street repaving, when is that taking place? Is it still on schedule for what we had spoken about with the Emerson merchants?
Yes, Councilmember Koo. We are planning the repaving in 2 phases, again, to accommodate the parklets. So, and if we need additional detail, Public Works Directors here. But yes, it's on schedule.
Yeah, I do appreciate that, Public Works and city staff is accommodating the Emerson Street folks, especially because of all the events that takes place during that month, but during the month of June and May. But is it still going to take place, repaving starting in July for one of the phases? I just want to make sure that that has been cleared and that the Emerson people can be at ease. Thank you, Mr. Eggleston.
Hi, Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. Yes, the work is still on schedule. It's planned to take place from Channing to Hamilton during the month of July, and from Hamilton to Lytton during the month of August.
Thank you. Good. At least that now they will know. When you say that, remind me again why the Ramona car-free area is extended until March 2025?
Councilmember Koo, even though Ramona is included in the program, it's unique because it's car-free and a lot of the standards are designed to kind of allow appropriate distances from vehicular traffic. And so we didn't think it made sense for the parklets, the existing parklets on the car-free portion of Ramona to adhere to those standards. And so we will be developing standards for outdoor dining on car-free streets, and then those would be more applicable. So we're saying let them maintain status quo. Since they've already built to the interim standards, let that be the one that governs, the code that governs them. And then once the outdoor dining standards are available, they can comply with them.
And are they paying the license fees? When does that start?
They will, once the interim ordinance changes go into effect, just to keep it fair so that everybody using space for outdoor dining will be paying fees.
Right. I appreciate that because I remember hearing in one of the public comments that the city is getting sales tax revenue, but the thing is we're missing out on parking. Parking spaces are actually pretty expensive too, so I'm kind of wondering, does that even balance out, right? I do appreciate changing the word permanent to ongoing because I certainly have been very concerned when merchants think that that's once they get the parklet, it's a permanent forever in perpetuity when it's not. And the city still has say so if there's a violation or there's a code violation or safety issues, or if they just need to, or if we just need to clean the area. I do want to say that, it's time that the city sets up some standards and that we follow through, because as we're going along and constantly making changes, and I appreciate you listening to all the merchants. However, at the same time, it's really delaying as we are just continuing making adjustments. And I have to say, a lot of the restaurant merchants are doing very well with their expanded space that they wouldn't have gotten through their lease with their landlords. So let's set some concrete standards and move forward. Thank you.
Councilmember.
Thanks. A couple follow-up questions. We still have the prerogative to allow folks to have custom designs, but the implication is that it'll be a lot speedier if they use one of the templates. How long will it take if they have a custom design? Have we identified the process and a time schedule so that it's not open-ended on how long folks are going to be waiting if they want to do a custom design, or what process they're going to have to go through?
Thank you, Council Member. So this will go through the Public Works Department. And the permitting, again, with the pre-approved shop drawings, it's much easier. With a custom design, it will depend on what kind of information is coming in. It's probably going to be a few weeks. We talked about this, but at this point, it's going to vary. So we don't have a set time frame, but we had talked with Public Works staff and they think it would be like 4 to 6 weeks.
Okay,
So-
that's reassuring if it's that quick. Thank you. And I just want to make sure if it starts changing from that, we hear that that's the case. And then we have one question I still had is the 8-foot gap between the two 350-foot parklets, which I don't think is going to be in many circumstances, but why is it 8 feet so wide?
And I think we do have the fire marshal on as well, but it's for emergency access, and it was also trying to be, so with two parallel parking spaces, we need a certain amount between parklets, and then combined, we need the access, so it was 4 feet kind of away from the stops and then 8 feet combined, and that's for emergency access. And when it's angled, it's 6 feet, again, aligning the setbacks and the fire access.
So is it fire code or just that our fire department had waded in and said that that's preference?
I'll defer to Fire Marshal.
Yeah, let's see if Fire Marshal Jasso can respond to that question on the really the foundation for that access requirement.
Hi, this is Tammy Jasso, Fire Marshal. So there are no codes right now directly related to parklets at this time. And so, we had to take into consideration, best practices and a lot of other, safety features. So we basically had to come up with a determination of how much space we need, but we also had to consider the changing parklets possibility. So what we did is we came up with a number, so each business would have to give some space. And then if a business left or removed that parklet, it wouldn't impinge on the other business and it would be fair. And so that space was 3 feet, but because of the other requirements, it became 4 feet to be consistent with the setbacks.
So I appreciate that's the one between adjacent parklets and businesses. The question I had was the 8 feet between, we're saying you can't have a parklet over 350 square feet. And I will say that neighboring cities do have considerably over 350 square feet. But that we allowed 2 adjacent 350 foot for the same proprietor, but it has to have an 8-foot gap between them. And I was trying to understand the rationale or necessity for that.
We actually are proposing to remove that in the refinement. So that's removed because there was like every 20 feet we had access, and we removed that because we said it may be needed, and as we talked about it with ARB and the fire marshal, we proposed that.
Oh, so that's not there. Well, good. That's what I was concerned about months ago. It didn't make a lot of sense, and I'm glad that that's come forward. But last question. These don't apply to the closed portion of CalAv. We've been waiting kind of 2 years to get parklet standards for CalAv. Why can't these be applied? The rationale I'd heard starting 2 years ago was because we're going to look at a permanent street design, and it might result in a different parklet standard once we finally do that. Been 2 years there. If we adopt, the next year we go through developing a permanent street design. If we adopted that, then we'd have to seek the funding for it and then a construction period. And I'm assuming that's 3 to 5 years for that process. And in the meantime, from going back several years now, there are no parklet standards for CalAv still. And my question is, why couldn't these be applied to CalAv?
Thank you. So I think this would, the CalAv one, similar to the CARFI portion of Ramona, we would look at outdoor dining standards rather than parklets, because for the parklets, some of the restrictive things that they have to comply with is distances from intersections, vehicular traffic, travel lanes, guardrail heights. So though, because of, proximity to travel lanes, so they wouldn't really be applicable.
Well, yeah, but all those things sound like we would liberalize the parklet standards.
Right.
Instead, they can't build anything for, it'll be by the time we would have the permanent street design, we're looking at 5 to 7 years from when they were wanting to do parklet. So I'm glad to hear that, yes, there's a recognition without cars, we don't have to be as restrictive, but we don't allow any.
Well, I think really to the extent that the existing outdoor dining, as the term that Ashwini used, is in place, certainly open for discussion. Again, perhaps not this evening, but the primary issues I'm hearing is of the lack of not uniformity, some aesthetic standard to CalAV, and that is a part of what Bruce Fukuji and our consultant team are working with the merchants on developing. So to have that perhaps upgrade to the look on CalAV for the longer term. Obviously, we're also moving on near term actions, but I think the desire to have better look for CalAV is something that quite frankly is taking some time, and perhaps appropriately so. But I don't know if it's accurate to say that they
I wouldn't
can't
say appropriately so,
build
but
anything because they're in place today.
No, they don't have parklets for the most part. They have them on the side streets on Birch, but not on CalAV. They had tents, and we required the tents to be removed. So they went winter, and a bunch of those businesses had to either shut down their winter dining, lay off people, or some of them kept their tents up, and then we had inconsistent enforcement. So they've been yearning for the parklet standards, which would be an aesthetic improvement. And yet we're not allowing them to do that now 4 years since COVID came about, and 2 or 3 years since we started really dealing with parklet standards, but they've never been allowed to. And back when we took actions 3 years ago, we were looking to go from tents to parklets, and not only don't they have it yet, it's not on the agenda to do it.
Quite frankly, if the council wanted to direct staff to allow CalAV restaurants to use these parklet standards, we could.
Great.
And I think it's an open question as to whether they would consider that a positive or negative. But again, aside from, again, perhaps providing some conflicting direction, the option is certainly a good one.
Okay, good.
And before we continue then with motions, since we are significantly ahead of schedule and several speakers on this item came in now, because this is around the time that this item was originally scheduled, I'm just going to reopen public comment for on this item. I'm going to do 2 minutes.
Our next speaker for item AA1 is Richard H.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Good to see all of you tonight, and thank you for your continued work on this issue. My name is Richard Hackman, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce. Just wanted to start by saying that although we agree with the concept of having the pre-approved parklet designs that incorporate a uniform look, address safety and cleanliness and other related issues, we believe that these actions should occur as part of the larger University Avenue streetscape improvement projects. Throughout the course of a number of conversations with retailers, the overall consensus is that right now is not the time to have the burden of parklets being removed on them both in terms of cost and impact on the business. We obviously recognize the city needs as they relate to street paving, utilities, et cetera. However, we feel that it makes more sense to have those included as part of the larger University Avenue streetscape revisioning that's currently ongoing. So our request would be is that rather than having this occur separately, that is part of the larger master plan effort, the parklet redesigns, reconstructions, reapplications are taken up as a part of the holistic vision rather than at this point in time. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nancy C.
Hi, good afternoon. Nice to see you all again. And I just want to say I totally appreciate what Richard from the Chamber of Commerce just said. I can't agree more. I think it's important we have an overall idea and plan. I know that things take a long time in the city, but I think we need to give this a sense of urgency and also a sense of reducing costs as much as possible. And I would like to request, especially for my neighbors on University Avenue and Emerson that are facing a huge burden, especially Emerson with the tear downs, to reconsider this idea of grandfathering, because people have spent a lot of dollars to put their parklets up, which bring in sales tax for the city. So I would like to make sure that is forefront of everyone's memory. It has worked for the last 4 years, so let's also take that into account and not disregard the large investments that have been made. Again, thanks to the Chamber of Commerce for their support and also to the city for moving forward for a new lifestyle and trying to accommodate people's wants. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Claude.
So Claudia from Cafe Venetia. Yes, I wanted to consider that potentially grandfathering in of the parklet standards that we already have might be a good solution. And let me explain why. We as Cafe Venetia have we knew that it was a temporary solution and it was a nonsense solution. And so we built a no-nonsense solution, which cost us probably the least amount of what others have spent, which let's call it X. And we are only impacted by two seemingly small little details on, the new program standards. However, because of that, we will be, other than reducing it by like 20%, which is not the biggest problem, we will be uprooting the whole parklet and having and then spending 2 to 3 times the X that we've spent. Again, like I said, I'm willing to do it as long as it makes sense. And I argue that basically perhaps all this money and effort should be better spent on addressing or tweaking the standards that we already have and that have not been and those that have been a problem for the last 5 years. We've had the gutters that were a problem and we're very willing to fix that. But to uproot the whole thing, I think is a little bit overboard. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on action item AA1.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to council. Happy to entertain motions as well. Councilmember Koo?
Then I'll go ahead and move that we adopt staff's recommendation.
I will second it, but I didn't intend to have an amendment.
Okay. Councilmember Koo, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
Okay. Then Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, thank you. So first, I'm going to support it, not because I think it's ideal in all ways, but I think it is a significant improvement over the previous proposed standards. And I appreciate that staff took feedback that we and members of the public provided back in, I guess, whenever it was. I would like to offer an amendment where we have to ask staff to return to council promptly after the summer break with an agenda item to consider applying the parklet standards to California Avenue.
That's fine.
Yes, you said, okay.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion beyond that? Okay.
Councilmember, if I could, just for clarification, I think you mean as an option for businesses along California Avenue as opposed to a requirement? Because if it were an actual requirement, it would be a significant change on Cal Ave.
Well, I mean, there's no parklet standards on the car-free part of Cal Ave, so there's not a requirement for somebody to put in a parklet. So there's nothing other than an option. It can't be otherwise.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Does item 4 reflect your intent? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
May I just ask, applying the parklet standard, so does there need to be another word in front of parklet, or we pretty much understand what we have in place now?
I'll just say ongoing parklet standards.
Thank you.
Yeah, any further comments on the motion or discussion on the motion? Vice Mayor Lowry?
Yeah, I appreciate the public comment noting that it would be, I'll use the word ideal, to couple this with the grand plan on the university. But I just don't think we have that luxury, and we just need to move now. I also think that per the staff comments to one of my questions, we do need to move on the safety issues of, setbacks and away from the street and so on. So I don't think that that we can just toss those out, but staff is already committed to being very sensitive to each individual parklet. I don't want to use the formal word of on appeal, but in conversation to consider what can be done, noting that it's been, an investment. So I'll support the motion.
Okay, seeing no other lights, let's take the vote.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka. Motion carries 6-0-1. Councilmember Tanaka absent.
Okay, thank you. With that, then we've come to our break. So we'll take a 15-minute break. Break. Thank you for your patience. We're going to start now. Item 12, a hearing on written protests against proposed discontinuance of a portion of El Camino Park, and adopt a resolution and ordinance approving a ballot measure for the discontinuance of a portion of El Camino Park and calling for a special election on November 5th, 2024. Turn it over to Councilmember Vinker.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment that I'm going to recuse myself from this item because of Stanford's role in it, and I do life science patent work for the university. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And give it over to staff then for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In fact, we won't do a full presentation this evening. Just want to make a few comments noting that this is the City Council's second hearing on this topic, and really an opportunity for the council to hear any objections to the proposal to place this on the ballot. Did want to note for public's awareness that staff issued a supplemental memo on this topic, transmitting a letter of intent that has been discussed between the university and city representatives. And this letter of intent would spell out some context for the proposed Quarry Road project, including responsibilities for funding, design, and construction of the roadway, including the university contributing up to $4 million for completion of the roadway, as well as maintenance funding. Extension of the lease for playing fields at El Camino Park for an additional 10 years through 2052, and undertaking a long-term visioning process for the Palo Alto Transit Center that addresses dynamic public access, public spaces, multimodal transit needs, and community engagement. And with that context, again, a letter of intent has been drafted, and one of the items recommended this evening would be for authorization from the council for the mayor and myself to execute that letter of intent with the university. And with that, let me turn it over to Tim Shimizu from the City Attorney's Office.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm going to explain briefly the legal process that is required tonight. In April, you passed a resolution of an intention to put a measure on this November's ballot to undedicate part of El Camino Park. That opened up a written protest period that has been open and just closed at 5:30 tonight. We received 2 written protests that the clerk will help me distribute when May is done. Yeah, now it's fine. The law requires you to review these, and in order to proceed, as part of your motion tonight, you would need to vote to overrule the protests, these 2 written protests, in order to proceed with putting the measure on the ballot. So the clerk is kindly distributing the 2 written protests now. Again, these are the only 2 written protests we received. You can still proceed with taking regular public comment, but again, the part that you will vote on whether to overrule or not is formally just these 2 written protests.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, then we'll turn it over to the clerk for a public comment on this item.
Our first speaker is Herb B.
Mayor Stone and council members, Councilmember Vinker has recused herself due to her conflict of interest, but she participated in the prior action, and I believe she had the same conflict of interest, and I'm concerned whether that puts that action in jeopardy, which was the action that was dependent upon to have the notice published of tonight's hearing. In my protest that's been distributed to you, I've repeated comments that I made when this was last on your agenda on April 22, which is 7 weeks ago, that the map that's being used to show what the current boundaries of the park are is not accurate because the current language in the municipal code is not accurate due to the most recent amendment when Mr. Mayfield in the city attorney's office essentially recodified everything in of the park dedications, including this one, where in the past it was the initial park dedication and then a series of discontinuances identified by ordinance. And as you followed those through to the legislative history, you would find that the removal for the 0.551 acres of the Red Cross lease had a limit, time limit, and therefore should not be shown as it was in the exhibit that was published as to what's in the park. And so I think the first thing that needs to be done before having an accurate initiation of this whole process of seeking comments is for the council to correct that drafting error in the municipal code. You know, often you see legislation, if you look at the state level, where it will show two different versions, one up to a certain date and the second one after the date. And that's what should have been done in the case of El Camino Park, because the removal from park dedication, the last time that was done by the voters for that parcel, ended on June 30th, 2013. And it seems to me that needs to be resolved before you have an accurate initiation of the process and seeking comments on whether the public believes you should or should not discontinue the proposal that's before you tonight. And there's one other thing in the supplemental staff report. It says a majority vote is needed to reject the protest. And in fact, it's 2/3 vote is needed. And some members of the public may be discouraged if it was only a majority of showing
Your
up and
time is
protesting.
up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Charlie W.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I am speaking tonight to express our chamber's support of the adoption of a resolution and ordinance approving a ballot measure this November for the Quarry Transitway Connection Project. This project is supported by the goals and policies outlined in the Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan, emphasizing the improvement of transportation, and we believe this project will not only improve transit access for Caltrain and bus commuters, but will also improve bicycle and pedestrian access for those crossing El Camino Real. Our local businesses depend on a solid public transportation system to get employees from their homes to the job site, and these improvements will create a safer experience and provide better connectivity for Palo Alto workers, especially at nearby medical facilities, the shopping center, Stanford University, and those working in restaurants and shops on University Avenue. In addition, with an electrified Caltrain, we will likely see more train commuters along with increased local bus service. Reduction in transit times, alleviating congestion, and improving connectivity for pedestrians and cyclists, as outlined in the project proposal, are each significant improvements, and we support this going to the ballot in November. The Palo Alto Transit Center is the mobility hub of Palo Alto, serving as the gateway to the city with the second highest Caltrain ridership on the corridor. We encourage the council to place this resolution on the ballot in order to make the transit center more efficient, as well as more accessible and safe for bike and pedestrian commuters. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Navi D.
Good evening, Mayor Stone and council members. My name is Navi Dhaliwal, Government Community Affairs Officer at Caltrain, and on behalf of my agency, I want to express our strong support for the resolution to add the proposed parkland changes to the November 2024 ballot. The Quarry Road Connection Project will significantly reduce congestion in University Circle and along University Avenue, streamlining traffic flow and enhancing overall transit experience for commuters. This new linkage will facilitate smoother, quicker, and safer transportation options for both public and private transit users. As Caltrain transitions to electrified service, which aims to reduce diesel emissions and increase service capacity, the Quarry Road Connection project supports these advancements by enhancing access to the Palo Alto Transit Center. This station, being the second most utilized on the Caltrain corridor, is crucial for accommodating the increase in number of riders we anticipate in an electrified environment. Improved access and connectivity through the Quarry Road Connection projects are vital steps in advancing Caltrain's equity and environmental goals. Thank you for your support.
Our next speaker is Charlize C.
Good evening, Mayor Stone and Palo Alto City Council members. My name is Charles C. and I'm here tonight on behalf of Samtrans. And we would also like to express our strong support and reiterate our strong support as we did back in April. The Palo Alto Transit Center is a vital hub for Samtrans transit operations, and it's served by 5 of our routes: 280, 281, 296L, 397, and ECR. With more direct routing to El Camino Real and Quarry Road, the future Quarry Road Connection project would allow time savings on our Samtrans routes and create a much better experience for the transit riders. We look forward to continuing to work with you, and we urge you to put the proposed parkland changes to the November 2024 ballot. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Howard D.
Good evening, Mayor Stone and council members. My name is Howard Durr, and I am a senior transportation planner at the Alameda Contra Costa Transit District, otherwise known as AC Transit. AC Transit is the administrator for the Dumbarton Express service, which serves the Palo Alto Transit Center and provides a key regional transit connection between the East Bay and the peninsula via the Dumbarton Bridge. The Palo Alto Transit Center is a vital hub for the Dumbarton Express Line DB service. On any given weekday, all 23 eastbound and all 22 westbound Line DB trips serve the Palo Alto Transit Center with a daily total of 53 boardings and 60 alightings. In addition, many Dumbarton Express Line DB passengers transfer to other services at the Palo Alto Transit Center. The future Quarry Road Connection project will allow the Dumbarton Express Line DB buses to circulate through the Palo Alto Transit Center faster, reducing bus transit times by an estimated 5 to 8 minutes per trip. The project will also help reduce congestion within University Circle and along University Avenue. In addition, the project will enhance bicycle and pedestrian paths at the intersection of Quarry Road and El Camino Real, thereby improving safety and access to Dumbarton Express Line DB. Caltrain's imminent electrification transition will result in much more frequent service and broaden transfer opportunities to other connecting services at the Palo Alto Transit Center. Any steps that can be taken to improve the experience for current and future passengers transferring between Caltrain and other services at the Palo Alto Transit Center are worthwhile. On behalf of AC Transit, I would like to express our support to rezone the portion of land and alleviate traffic congestion for a better transit experience. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Winter D.
Perhaps I've missed something, and that is possible. So you feel free to correct me. But this seems like the cart before the horse, in that at least I thought I read everything about this. I wasn't at the April hearing, but I don't see any analysis of impacts. The impacts, of course, would be enormous for putting a 40-foot wide street, including the median, through the park. And I don't see really any analysis of the benefits. And I do understand, I'm hearing the words, the benefits, and I don't necessarily disagree with that. But how can we tell? There's not even a good map of this online, not even close to a good map. It seems like 600 buses a day was mentioned, but that's not entirely clear. Would there really be 600 buses a day turning on to and going across the park? I think we need to have more information and more quantification to up the chances of this passing. Regarding rededication, that must specifically be included in any ballot measure without ambiguity if you want the confidence of voters, including what the deadline is, because the notion is to undedicate 0.09 acres of buffer for the project design and then rededicated after construction. But that needs to be explicit, so there will not be another Measure E confusion. Also, given that up to 0.24 acres of parkland will be lost directly to the road, and another 1 acre constructively rendered useless on the south side of the park, if I understand it correctly, 1.24 acres should be replaced and dedicated, not 0.24 acres. The park has been dedicated for dual use, dedicated by ordinance for dual use, recreational and conservation. It's not only the playing fields that are there, and it's not only the playing fields that are important. The conservation use has equal importance. Both uses exist and must be recognized and upheld by knowing impacts before action is taken, such as putting this on the ballot in November now. I see the potential climate advantages to this. I take that really seriously, but too much is missing, at least for me. Maybe I missed something. The missing information and analysis makes it hard to support undedication of parkland at this time. And I do, thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alexis.
Hi, this is actually Elizabeth Alexis. I think I had the wrong name on Zoom. I am here actually to support the staff recommendation with one condition: to put the ordinance on the ballot in November, as long as it includes, and that condition would be improved north-south bike connectivity to the train station. This is just an incredibly important piece of the entire station, multimodal improvements. And it should absolutely be part of this, especially now that we would likely have more people biking to and from the train station. So I would support making the approval of the ballot measure contingent on inclusion of this improvement, so that, you know, it's unlikely maybe this could get done before November, but the ballot measure could include something that this would only happen if it also incorporated some kind of a direct bike connection. The second thing I would like to speak about is, one, if this actually goes forward, there will be a need to find the money to pay for all of this. In the 2000 VTA Measure A, there was a $50 million allocation in the spending plan for a new Palo Alto Intermodal Transit Center. That money was actually mostly meant to be spent around now. It has mostly not been spent because it was on hold because of high-speed rail's plans to have a Palo Alto station, which is obviously not an issue now. So that money should be available, and if this is directly in the scope of what was proposed for that, the ballot language included, quote, upgrade transit facilities for VTA, Samtrans, Dunbar Express, and the Stanford Margarita. So I would definitely start those conversations with VTA, because that will need to be earmarked in the budget process. And just going back to what I said, I'm strongly in support of this. The transit improvement of 5 minutes makes an enormous difference. If you're cutting a 10-minute ride down to 5 minutes, that's basically a 50% improvement. And we see just dramatic changes in ridership when you do something like that. So yes to that, but let's make it not just for buses, but for bikes and pedestrians. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Radait T.
Good evening. My name is Radia Tesfaye, and I'm the Transportation Director for Stanford Medicine. In my capacity as both a transportation planner and Stanford Medicine Transportation Director, I'm strongly supportive of the proposed connection from the transit center to the El Camino and Corey intersection, which will benefit not only Stanford commuters, but also the community at large. I wanted to identify that in the 2011 Stanford University Medical Center Development Agreement with the City of Palo Alto, there were funds set aside specifically for improvements to enhance pedestrian and bicycle connection from the transit center to the El Camino and Corey intersection. These improvements, coupled with bicycle and pedestrian improvements along the length of Corey Road from El Camino to the hospitals, also funded by the development agreement, were intended to make a seamless connection for hospital commuters coming to work by transit and bicycle. The bicycle improvement along Corey Road that have been implemented have been very successful, but only temporary improvements have been made from the transit center to the El Camino and Corey intersection. More than $1 million remain in this fund to support permanent improvements. Stanford Medicine supports the use of these remaining funds for the proposed connection that is before you this evening. These enhancements would improve the bicycle and pedestrian connection in this location, as envisioned in the development agreement, and have the added substantial benefit of improving this transit connection. This will not be a win for Stanford, but for the larger community. And consequently, I would like to voice our support. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on action item 12.
Okay, thank you. And we'll bring it back to the dais. A reminder to council that we have the 2 objection letters that need to be reviewed as well before making our final decision, but bring it back for questions, comments, motions. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you put the photo I asked for up on the screen? This is the picture that is on staff report page 11, packet page 316. And it shows, what is going to be done, the land and so forth. I think this will be very helpful for people when they're looking at it. You can see El Camino Park. I want to say thank you to Stanford staff for meeting me out there to do a visual. It was actually really helpful if you actually went out and took a look yourself and walked the area, because you'll see that where the proposed concept to redevelop, it's an area that actually is filled with utility boxes with, I think it's, and the city manager helped me if it's with San Francisco CUP. Yeah. PUC.
Public Utilities Commission.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, it's utility boxes. It's a small area of that is really not too usable. I think we walked it. There's a bicycle path that is actually pretty well done. So good job on the bicycle path. There's also a pedestrian path. So that is closer to the train, but that path is mostly for the playing fields to get there. So, I was concerned about it previously when the resolution first came out, but having a visual and further understanding what's going to take place, I do feel better about this project and that it will be safe. Am I talking too long? No, okay, sorry. I do want to mention that we do have a letter of intent with Stanford, and I think that was in the supplemental report. Originally, this El Camino Park was going to end, our lease was going to end in 2042, but Stanford has agreed to extend it another 10 years, although we did ask for 20 more, but appreciate what we got. The other thing is also Stanford has agreed that between now and I think we're going to need to know, when this can be done, but story poles will be put up there so that we know where the boundaries are going to be, where they have decided that they would like to keep for themselves. The other part of this is I do understand, and I asked a question of Stanford whether that they ensure that they keep communications open with the Palo Alto Post 375, which is the veterans who use MacArthur's Park as their community house. And that was dedicated to them in 1919 dedication. So if there's any consideration or any thought about moving that or doing anything with that, that it is fully discussed with Palo Alto Post 375, the veterans. Besides that, I think that it is a project that we should be looking at so that we make sure that there is safe crossings over there. at that intersection to Quarry Road and make it a easier in and out ingress and egress for the buses. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I'd just like to also follow on to what Councilmember Koo had spoken about, the staff report, that the note that Stanford has agreed to extend the lease on the playing field portion of this area, the kind of greater playing fields, everything, I'll call it north of the quarry extension, if I understand it correctly. That's their commitment.
Yes, there is a small section between the proposed roadway and the playing field. So I think that's an area that will be refined as this proposal is further fleshed out.
And one of the things we've come to really appreciate as an ad hoc committee is that our park dedication of El Camino Park is dependent upon the ongoing lease of the land. So extending that for at least another 10 years is important. And then I do want to really support the comments that, and this is something we've discussed with Stanford extensively, that this extension will be combined with a redo of the circulation of the bus routes there, not just the quarry, but where do the buses, how do they move once they get to that extension? And we currently don't have a continuous, essentially north-south bike route in a critical part of our bike network. It's about 150 yards where it just goes kind of into the chaos of this bike area. Excuse me, of this bus area. And that must be resolved as part of this plan. And so I don't envision that that can be part of the motion to put this on the ballot. But if the council wished to be clear that there was the support for the proposal was contingent on resolving that, what would be the best way to do that?
Thank you, Councilmember City Attorney Molly Stump. So the item, the ballot item is an important first step, but it doesn't commit the council to go and execute the project in full. It would allow the voters to say, yes, they will remove the park dedication for that land. That has to be done in order for the project to be pursued. But if council wanted to talk more about the project and additional details or connections that you would like to make with respect to council's ultimate support to go ahead and execute the project, staff could come back and do that with you after your break. And if you do that in August, September, October, any resolution or direction that you would provide at that time could be something that would be taken into account by voters when they consider this
So
item.
say tonight we could request the ad hoc to meet with Stanford to pursue a resolution to the bike connection needs north-south in here. And that would return at a subsequent time as part of council support of the project.
Yes.
Okay, good. And then I do want to mention that even though this is a small amount, a fraction of an acre, I think about a third of an acre that is being undedicated. And we did just dedicate across the street at Hawthorne and Alma, the well tower park now, small parklet really. But more broadly, there are a number of city-owned properties or properties that would otherwise potentially be eligible for park dedication that have been considered for a number of years. Our Parks and Rec Commission has, as part of their work plan, a park dedication initiative that has been moving slowly. The main accomplishment was actually this well tower site, which took many years to get that little one done. I am working on, having met with Parks and Rec, and I need to get some clarifications on legal issues with staff. We're working on a colleagues memo to bring forward a number of sites that as prospective park dedication sites on primarily city-owned land that city already owns or that the city currently controls, and intend to have that come forward in the early fall. And the hope is that we're going to have far more park dedication than this small amount that we're asking the voters to approve. And I look forward to doing that.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Thank you, Mayor. A few questions. I think based on what City Attorney just said, and for the public's benefit, this $4 million is not being committed to tonight at all. In fact, we're stating that we don't know how it's going to be funded, but we just are focused on the park rededication. Is that correct?
Yes, and the letter of intent does provide some additional detail about both parties and their intentions and understandings around the project.
Right. I just wanted to have the public hear that. And secondly, one public speaker said that there's about an acre that's deemed useless. I didn't really quite understand that. If someone knows the layout, perhaps Mr. Kami, or if not, we can check that out later. But
good evening, Councilmember Lowing. Tim Shimizu, Assistant City Attorney. I think in light of the speaker's written protest, it seems that he's referring to what's commonly known as the Red Cross Buildings parcel. And that parcel is currently in Sanford's full control. The city doesn't have any more lease or control over that site. That we've quickly looked into the legal.
It wasn't one of the objectors. It was a different public speaker, but it may still be that. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So we've looked into the land history of that parcel, and we don't think that there's a problem with proceeding tonight. Because if ultimately, we don't think the park current dedication language is wrong, but even if it is, it's something that can be cleaned up. In the meantime, the part that of the land of the legal description that this ballot measure will change is not affected.
Okay. Another question is relative to the actual objections. Are there any other legal comments that our staff wants to make on that to direct counsel?
No.
Okay. Let's look to echo Councilman Burt's comments that the city is quite dedicated at all levels to creating more parkland. So the public certainly shouldn't think that, we're giving away a third of an acre here, A, for no benefit, and B, it's going to deplete our inventory. From the Parks and Recs Commission to our planning for future housing sites to the Sobrato project, we have more parkland in our headlights, no question about that. And in this case, it's 0.33 of an acre, which I think after we did that Watchtower one, it's probably down to a quarter of an acre. So when I walked through that area, and I had a lot of baseball teams play there, if that was something like, wow, we've been waiting for this space to open up, we really need this third of an acre to have real depth to the outfield or something like that, that would be a different issue than, what the alternative use is. It's nothing right now. And this alternative use really does bring us benefits. So I think it's very worthwhile for the size that it is. So I believe we can afford the sort of undedication of this particular parcel in this particular place. And relative to the objector, relative to the description of the property and the boundaries and so on, the good thing about this is we know exactly where this is, and it's not in the boundaries. It's right in the interior where it's mostly weeds right now. So I'm not uncomfortable. I'm always uncomfortable if we don't have the ordinance right. So we should definitely check that. But in terms of the location and therefore the use of that location, I'm comfortable that we can move forward with it. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got a few questions, just really kind of around costs. What do we have a ballpark idea of anticipated costs for the project?
Sorry, I'm trying to remember. I believe it was, it's in the fiscal resource impact. It's estimated to be roughly 3.55 to 4.3 million.
Sorry, say that again.
3.55 to 4.3 million.
Okay. Okay, that makes me feel better because I know the city will use approximately 1.2 million from the Stanford University Medical Center Fund. So I guess just trying to understand the order. We're committed to that. Then we've committed with Stanford that we're going to pursue grants related to this project. And then whatever additional money is needed after those two avenues have been exhausted, then Stanford is committing up to 4 million.
That's correct.
Is there, do you anticipate, because I mean, oftentimes these projects go over budget. Do you anticipate a strong likelihood that this could balloon past Stanford's 4 million commitment? And do we have, nothing in the letter of intent that kind of addresses that contingency, but other concerns about that from staff?
So I just want to note that staff did have concerns with the initial estimates. These are actually recently revised estimates. Of course, everything can continue to change, so that's really hard to say. We do believe that there is definitely some grant funding that would be applicable for this. So we think that it's pretty likely that the delta ends up any delta there ends up being revised or rectified in that process.
Great. And Stanford's committing 80,000 annually on maintenance funds. Do we have a thought on how much ongoing maintenance will be? I mean, is that anticipated to cover all that, or are we expecting to have to pay a significant amount of money beyond that every year?
Let me comment on that. I think it actually is subject to further discussion with the transit agencies in addition to the university. Again, the transit center itself is maintained, I believe, by VTA. And so there are a number of different agencies that could come into play in ultimately deciding the appropriate contributions for ongoing maintenance.
Okay. Thank you. But and I appreciate, I think I raised the last meeting when this was brought up, my desire to see Stanford take on as much of the costs and kind of ownership of this project as possible. So I'm glad to see, I think through the work of the ad hoc and negotiations with Stanford, that they seem to be really kind of coming to the table as good partners in this project. I especially appreciate Stanford paying for the cost of putting this on the ballot. So I think for tonight, for us to move forward and place this on the ballot makes a lot of sense. And I think the voters are going to want to see that as well from Stanford, showing their financial commitment to this project. So I'm glad to see that. I think this area desperately needs improvement. I agree with some comments already about the real underutilized portion of this park. We're not removing a third from the infield there at El Camino Park. It's mostly bushes and weeds, and so always difficult to lose parkland, but excited to hear we have additional opportunities to be able to actually expand existing parkland. And I think ultimately this is a net positive for the city, and those type of partnerships that I've always wanted to see with the city enter with Stanford. So I'm glad to see that we're moving forward with this project. So thank you everybody involved helping us get there. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You mentioned bushes and weeds. I would add the utility boxes. It really is quite an unattractive little tiny 0.33 of an acre. I do want to say, because I think it has not necessarily been said enough tonight, that Stanford has actually been a great partner with us. And I want to disagree with the notion that Stanford is the primary beneficiary of this undedication of parkland and opening up Quarry Road. as we have learned from Councilmember Burt, who serves on the VTA board, our Palo Alto train station is the most busy station for buses in all of Santa Clara County. I didn't know that. He knows a lot about transit, okay? And I listened to him. If I've got it right, it's the most trafficked bus station in Santa Clara County. Happens to be in our city. And so while shaving 5 minutes off of a bus commute sounds kind of trivial, when you take into account that it's every bus, every day of the week, it's really quite substantial. We and Stanford are actually doing a lot to ease the congestion in our region when it comes to public transit. And that's a really exciting thing. Not to mention the vision many of us have in mind for what that University Avenue Palo Alto train stop could one day be beyond what it already is. So I am in favor of this dedication, and really I'm grateful to the partnership we've had with Stanford and really trying to make sense of the circumstance and improve it.
Councilman Ku.
Just a question with regards to what one of the public commenters was saying, that if you undedicate it, does it automatically get rededicated for the portions that are not used? Is it automatic?
No, the council can do that by ordinance, and it's to your discretion to do that at the right time. The measure doesn't need to say that.
It doesn't need to say that. I guess for the public, it might just make them more reassured that, there's a rededication immediately.
So I would note that at Ms. Dellenbach, the speaker, referred to Measure E. So in the Measure E situation, the ballot measure talked about rededication, but did not require it or make it automatic. What the measure said was that if the project that was intended by the undedication did not go forward within 10 years, the council may rededicate the site. And as you'll recall, in recent years, we've had some policy discussions about whether and when to do that, and whether to do for the full area or a part of it. So even in the Measure E precedent that the speaker referred to, there was not an automatic rededication.
I think it's precisely because of Measure E, what had happened over there, that there might be some qualms from the public about what had happened. They had trusted a process and then found out later on that it was a little bit different. So I would want the public to feel secure on this particular undedication, that if there's any excess land, that it will be rededicated automatically.
Note the point.
Okay.
I'm hesitating because of the uncertainty around setting something up that would have to happen at an uncertain point in the future, in terms of how long the project would take to get started and how long it would take to be built, et cetera. So there's some challenge around that.
Okay. But maybe you can take a look at that. I don't, so what is the timeline then? So once we approve this today,
then it gets sent to the registrar and it's placed on the November ballot. So this is a formal action.
so this is
It is.
and there's no more changes to it at that point?
None are planned. So the registrar's final date is in early August. I believe it's 1 or 2 days after you return from your break.
Okay.
So there are 2 meetings next week, and if the clerk can confirm, I believe there is one final meeting in August, but we're somewhat down close to the finish line. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And again, it goes to a ballot for the voters to vote on. So ultimately, it's in the voters' hands. The process, if it's with confidence, then they will vote for it, or otherwise. Another question is, I would want to also make sure that we remember to find out when the story polls are going up, so that we can be sure that people able to visit and see the 0.33 acres that are being undedicated, and it's not as overwhelming of a space. Thank you.
Councilmember.
Thank you. If it's appropriate time, I'm be glad to move the staff recommendation. And I think the clerk maybe can pull that up. And if we have a second, I'll speak to it.
Second.
Thank you. Well, I think we've discussed the salient points. One of the things that we kind of touched on, which I guess we need to make sure everybody understands, we have an interesting characteristic in our charter where only the voters can undedicate parkland, but the council can dedicate parkland. And so it's much easier to dedicate it than undedicate it. And that's why we're here where we are and why I hope that we'll more easily be dedicating far more parkland than this, what we're asking the voters to do. And then I did want to just follow up on Councilmember Lithcott-Hames' points about who benefits and in what ways are there benefits from this project. And the beneficiaries are our residents, all the people who work in our community, and those are people who would use transit. It's also our local economy, because bringing people by all these transit modes really is a significant factor in the vitality of our downtown, of even the research park and the hospitals. And then by people using transit, and that's going to be a combination of the bus systems. Marguerite is fully electrified already, and Caltrain will be fully operational on its electrified fleet on September 25th. They ran all the 8 different test trains all weekend long. And so we'll have predominantly electrified transit systems feeding there, reducing our greenhouse gases, reducing our air pollution, because we so often today, when we focus on greenhouse gases, we also have atmospheric air pollution that remains an important health consideration for us. Traffic is reduced, parking demand is reduced. So there's a whole myriad of benefits that we as a community and the subregion will get from this project. So, thanks.
Councilman Lithcott-Hames, would you like to speak to your second?
No, thank you.
All right. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay. Seeing none, let's take the vote.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0-1. Councilmember Vinker recused.
All right. Thank you. Brings us now to our last item of the night, item 13, selection of rail grade separation alternatives and bicycle pedestrian crossing near the Churchill Avenue crossing for the advancement of the alternatives into the preliminary engineering and environmental documentary phase. I'm not sure if city manager or city attorney would like to kind of wanted to speak to how we're going to structure based on our discussion earlier.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there has been some discussion about the title, agenda title for this item. And the title that's drafted is a little bit like a Rorschach test. It can be read several different ways by different folks. And so we imagine that there are people who have come tonight to speak to the Charleston and Meadow crossings. And that was indeed what was intended by staff when they drafted the title, although it is less than clear. The staff report does include information about Charleston and Meadow. So you have an interest in allowing those folks to go ahead and provide their input tonight. And council may have some discussion about Charleston and Meadow. Others may have read the item to not include those crossings, and so they've stayed home when they have an interest in speaking. So the council has indicated a desire to have those people have an opportunity to have input as well. And so I think there's some thought about when that could happen next week, either on the 17th or 18th, and there'll be further clarity on that, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. At this point, we would recommend that that be on the 18th, but by the time we get through this item this evening, we'll confirm.
Great. Thank you. So to be clear to the public, we are going to take public testimony on Churchill, Charleston, Meadow, the Seal Underpass. We're going to take public testimony for everything, but we'll likely limit our actual council discussion tonight to not include, or especially vote to not include Charleston and Meadow until next week. And there'll be an additional opportunity for those who do not have an opportunity to speak tonight to be able to speak next week when that comes back to us. Okay, perfect. Thank you for, and sorry for the confusion. So great, I will turn it over to staff now for your presentation.
All right, thank you very much. I'm Philip Kemi, the Chief Transportation Official, and joining me tonight, we have Ripon Bhatia, our Senior Engineer, and he's going to be making this presentation, but also to note that we have staff from Caltrain, both with us in person and virtually, and also our consultants.
Hi, good evening, Council, Mayor, and our audience, our community. Ripon Bhatia, Senior Engineer with Office of Transportation. And I'd like to also note that we have staff from Caltrain and Nicole Sultanif online, Director of Capital Planning, and Namit Dhaliwal, Government Affairs Officer with Caltrain in person in the chambers. And in addition, we have staff from Consultant, Millet Litzinger from AECOM, and Andrew Asaki, he's online. And then Gary Black is also from Hexagon Consultant online. Next slide, please. So briefly touching upon our agenda tonight, discussing background and the project alternatives and Rail Committee recommendations to seek next steps from Council. Next slide, please. We just like to note that the project has been in works for several years with community input through CAP, community advisory process, extended community advisory process, Rail Committee, and also additional stakeholders like Caltrain, Payback, PUSD, Stanford, and our community, and seeking council reviews and Rail Committee reviews over the last several years. Next slide, please. Also noting that we are in very early process of the project cycle. So this slide depicts the full project cycle, and we are here showing that we are very early in this project life cycle at the preliminary conceptual design phase. Definitely have to go through several engineering processes to create and engineer the project plans, go through utility relocation and procurement of funding before any construction can complete, and also environmental and other permitting processes. So there's just wanting to note that we are very early in this process of project lifecycle. Next slide, please. So we are here before you as we need to move into our PE and environmental phase. And why that is important is that we do have federal funding that was awarded to us for PE and environmental phase that needs to be executed so that we can utilize those funds. In addition, we have funding from Measure B grade separation funds that will be allocated to complete this PE and environmental phase. So we are working with those partners in executing those agreements, necessary agreements, as we move forward into this next phase. Next slide, please. The council has has already developed and give Rail Committee the elements that needed to be reviewed for evaluation criteria, and those are listed in this. And we have a matrix which was attached as attachment M that compares all alternatives based on these evaluation criteria. Next slide, please. So just to bring it back to the 2021 November, at such time, City Council had already selected preferred alternative of partial underpass at Churchill Avenue, and then narrowed down to 3 alternatives for Meadow and Charleston, namely trench, hybrid, and underpass alternatives. Council directed us to further review Kellogg and Seal Avenue location and ask Rail Committee to review those in making recommendations to the council, and also further refine and analyze the underpass alternatives for reviewing and bringing back to the council their recommendation. Next slide, please. So as a result of those reviews, staff and staff with the support of consultant conducted additional studies and got reviews from the Rail Committee and directions and refined those underpass alternatives with the feedback from our stakeholders and community that and have included additional elements during those refinements. Some of those refinements are listed, included the safety buffer zones and pedestrian and vehicular facilities and additional improved facilities for bicycle and pedestrians. Next slide, please. Council also asked us to engage with Caltrain. As a result, we had engaged with Caltrain at several levels. Caltrain initiated a Caltrain corridor strategy meetings as a result of our request looking into the standards and forward tracking efforts, and our local policy makers group from elected officials and the city staff was engaged at different levels with the Caltrain staff in reviewing those elements. Next slide, please. So Caltrain has conducted their analysis of looking at Palo Alto segment for tracking and narrowing down those segments into a particular location, and have analyzed and selected California Avenue as a location where four-track passing can occur, with forward tracking segments needing between Churchill and Meadow Drive. Next slide, please. In addition, Caltrain conducted additional technical review and made several comments on our conceptual designs. Some of the major were related to the alignments of the roadways to meet with Caltrain standards and encroachment concerns, as well as for tracking and operations and maintenance concerns. So all those elements were considered. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, Council directed a staff and Rail Committee to look into the Kellogg and Seal Avenue crossing and come up with a preferred crossing location. Our bike and ped transportation plan looked into the overall comprehensive network within the city and made a analysis and recommended, discussed with Rail Committee in the further review of those locations. Next slide, please. Finally, to reiterate that the project is, again, just noting that it's very earlier in the process. If we were to look at, it's at 5% design level. So we still have to go through an additional 95% of the design efforts in order to get to a project that is biddable. The project at this earlier phase, looking at the concept design, looked at the potential properties that may be tentatively impacted. And the Rail Committee has reviewed those concepts and have asked staff to further look into reducing those impacts and doing the refinement in the earlier stages of the preliminary engineering phase. Council and Rail Committee will have another opportunity during that phase to look into those further refinements before advancing into the final stage of the preliminary engineering. So next slide, please. We did receive a lot of concerns from our community regarding the property impacts and assessments. And we'd like to note that our projects will have both federal and state funding. and therefore strict and stringent requirements from both federal and state level for the property assessments and acquisition will be carried out by the staff and to ensure that we follow all the processes and procedures for any property impacts assessment and acquisitions. Next slide, please. City staff has provided some additional resources that are available from other projects that have used similar guidelines, similar federal and state funding, and have developed some sites with information of frequently asked questions that may be helpful to our community. And we have shared those during our rail committee sessions, as well as on our website during those meetings. Next slide, please. So we'll touch briefly upon some major changes that had occurred as a result of the feedback and comments that we have received, and we'll just touch upon. And these are similar changes throughout the different alternatives, and so I won't be repeating those, but just wanting to mention and show that those changes are made. So, as I mentioned earlier, Caltrain comments related to vertical and horizontal alignment. We have made changes to the bridge vertical clearance, increase the bridge width to accommodate for the emergency and maintenance vehicles, additional improved turning radiuses for bicycles and pedestrians along the bike facilities, and adjusted the roadway profiles to accommodate those changes, added buffer zones for the safety along Alma Street. Next slide, please. Similar changes on Kellogg or Seal, whatever location we prefer, they are identical segments, so similar changes will occur. And the roadway was widened to accommodate for the fire access, and adjusted sidewalk and cars and sidewalk, curb and trees, and also recommended to underground overhead electrical utilities within the existing right-of-way. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Meadow Drive underpass. Very similar improvements are suggested in these other crossings, and horizontal vertical alignment adjustments, as well as road profile adjustments to accommodate Caltrain comments. Next slide, please. So some views from on the Meadow Drive and crossing underneath the Alma Street. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Charleston Road underpass. And wanting to share some additional images, very similar for underpass alternatives in all scenarios where these bridges are widened and adjustments in the horizontal and vertical alignments are made. Next slide, please. Another view on looking westerly on Charleston Avenue for the underpass alternative. Next slide, please. Next, we would be looking at Meadow Charleston hybrid. Next slide. So on this alternative also, similar to other underpass alternatives, widen the bridge to accommodate for emergency vehicles, vertical and horizontal alignments, adjustments, and then also widen the embankment to the full width to accommodate the utility of Caltrain right-of-way. Next slide. Some other additional views of the hybrid from this Meadow Drive, easterly and westerly direction. Next slide, please. And very similar improvements for Charleston, so they are almost identical and would have similar improvements for the horizontal vertical alignment adjustments. Next slide. Giving additional views for east and west from the Charleston Road, looking towards the underpass, towards the hybrid. Next slide, please. And giving an overview from the top. Next slide, please. So we looked at the cost estimates, as we all have seen over the last several years. We are seeing inflation more than what was anticipated 10 years ago. So we have adjusted the cost based on the current cost that we are seeing, and then also added some components that were reflected into adjust for the new design elements coming from those comments from stakeholders and incorporated into these alternatives. Secondly, we have increased, so we have projected this cost to 2031, and if we look at about 100% increase in the cost from the 2025 estimates that were previously developed on 2018 cost estimates with 3% inflation. So we have increased the inflation rate to 4% and also adjusted for the cost based on the INR in 2024. Next slide, please. Finally, we are looking at the Rail Committee recommendations that recommended sea revenue for bicycle and pedestrian crossing for the partial underpass alternative at Churchill Avenue, and also for Meadow and Charleston crossing, recommending for 2 alternatives to proceed, underpass alternative and hybrid alternative to proceed in the earlier stage of the preliminary engineering, and look for ways to improve those alternatives with respect to property impacts and bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure and traffic circle. Next slide, please. So we are here before you seeking direction on selection of those preferred alternative for between Kellogg and Steele, as well as preferred alternative for Meadow and Charleston, that we can move and advance into environmental documentation phase. And we will come forward for 2 additional items in near future, which is FRA agreement and a cooperative agreement between VTA and Caltrain to complete this work and to get additional funding agreement. That concludes my staff report. Thank you.
And before I close this up, if we may pass it back to the chair of the Rail Committee, we'd like to get some input or provide some context regarding the Rail Committee's and the process that's happened so far.
Yeah, but before we do that, we just ask the public if you intend to speak on this item to please raise your hand on Zoom now, or well, on Zoom, or submit your comment card. So that way we can have a sense of how many speakers there are for purposes of how much time you'll be given. Okay, turn it over to the Rail Committee Chair.
Well, thanks for that presentation. And I'd just like to emphasize a couple of the points that Ripon made and that the Rail Committee discussed and support. So first, we appreciate that members of the community whose properties are potentially impacted by either of these designs or any of them have a real cause for concern. Even if it's a small portion of their property, it can have a significant impact on them. One of the dilemmas that we have is that we don't have any knowledge yet as to which properties, so we haven't even selected an alternative, a single alternative for Charleston Meadow. And what we have is a conceptual design. It's about a 5% design. And it's really, that's a proof of concept. It's not intended to refine the design. And the council as a whole had previously given us a policy direction to truly minimize any property impacts. The committee has re-endorsed that, and that remains where we're headed. What we have here is basically scenarios that are the worst case scenarios. We don't have the best case yet, and that's what we're going to work toward, is the best case. The conceptual design is about a 5% engineering. What we'd be authorizing is to move forward on the preliminary engineering. What's that, a 15% or so? And that begins to get us closer to a refined process. And we have to go forward in order to solve those problems, to bring in the people who are really going to work with us to do so. And one of those is our most significant partner is Caltrain itself. And as Ripon had noted, over the last year, we've actually had just a whole series of meetings and negotiations with Caltrain, because when we took our conceptual designs and then requested that they and paid for them to review them against their both previous design standards and their updated new ones, they came back with a whole bunch of conflicts between what we wanted to do and what they said we could do under those standards. Good news is that the majority of those differences have been resolved, but we still have some significant ones that really are impacting our costs or the impacts on the community or otherwise. And Caltrain has these technical standards, but also they have a Caltrain board policy that was adopted about 6 years or so ago that really look to protect the right-of-way that they, or that the corridor that they own from intrusions for hypothetical future needs. Well, two things have happened since then. One is that probably the biggest of those unknowns for Caltrain was where they were going to have to allow for someday the possibility of passing tracks. So instead of 2 tracks, 4 tracks. And that meant that they had to kind of keep that space in reserve until that was determined. As Ripon has said, they've come and identified the area south of Churchill, essentially on either side of the Cal-Ave station, as the passing track zone, a couple of miles total. But it doesn't impact the Churchill crossing. It doesn't impact Charleston or East Meadow. The second thing that Caltrain has done in the last just couple of years, well, first they, I don't know, 5 years or so ago, they adopted for the first time really a policy to embrace corridor-wide grade separations and to work in partnership with the cities throughout the corridor to, over a period of time, to pursue that aim. And more recently, in the last 2 years, they've adopted what's called a corridor crossing strategy, which is putting meat on the bone of how they're really working with the cities, coming up with refined design standards, construction methods to reduce costs, and the like. As a Caltrain board member, I've brought forward and hope to have a reconsideration of the board policy, because I believe that those two changes of knowing now where the 4 tracks are and the fact that Caltrain has a strong policy and commitment to facilitating grade separations by the cities throughout the corridors have not been reconciled against this protection that they have that's currently pretty rigid on their intrusions onto the corridor. And that means places where, like at Churchill, if we have a little more room southbound to make a right turn in that pocket there, it has less impact across the street on Alma. And right now we have more intrusion in the right-of-way from our current right-hand pocket lane than they're allowing us currently going forward, for an example. Other things down in Charleston, East Meadow. So that's all part of the process that we're going to have going forward to try to optimize these alternatives, minimize the impacts, hopefully mitigate these incredible cost increases that we've seen, and have the best alternative for the community. So I know that folks who don't yet have these answers, that's not satisfying, but we have to go from where we are to where we need to be to refine these designs so that we can really have the best design and the clearest answers.
All right, thank you. Okay, then we'll turn it over for public, sorry, Councilmember Koo?
Just a question on process. So today, the Charleston Meadow item discussion will be next week. Now, if people speak tonight, make comments, are they going to be allowed to have spoken, will not be able to speak on the 17th?
We'll ask those who speak tonight to not speak again next week, but we are going to have, this isn't a public discussion.
I just want to know the process.
Sir, not a public discussion. Thank you. So Councilmember Koo, to answer your question, we will have the conversation tonight. Okay?
You're allowed to speak tonight. It's just saying that next time, I mean, we're just looking for process right now. There's no argument.
Sir, we're going to ask you to not disrupt this public meeting. We are having a council discussion. And sir, please, thank you. All right, so did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that people understood it.
Sir, I will ask you to be, sir, you will have your time to be able to address this body later. All right, we will turn to the clerk to have public comment. How many speakers do we have?
We currently have 36 requests to speak.
36, okay. So our typical process is if it's over 20 speakers, we limit it to 1 minute, recognizing this is a really important issue, that people want to speak to. We will do 1.5 minutes. So 1.5 minutes per public speaker, and we can begin now.
To confirm, you said 1.5 minutes?
Sorry, what'd you say?
Could you repeat the time?
1.5 minutes per speaker. All right, and apologize to everyone in the room for the disruption.
Our first speaker is Patrice F.
Good evening. I'm Patrice Fester. I live on Charleston Road, and me and my neighbors are the impacted families should we look at the underpass. Also, been doing this for about 8 years. Thank you for the process and for vetting several alternatives. I remember that the goal of grade separation should be to continue to focus on moving traffic, not families. The underpass with the roundabout is a grade separation option. The hybrid is a grade separation solution. We currently have at best 5% of the engineering in. Given all the variables and the unknowns we face, finances, ridership, Caltrain relations, timelines, physical constraints, we should move forward with the least invasive alternative. This is the hybrid. The underpass is $850 million. The hybrid's $480 million. Mayor Stone had mentioned he wants to do what's best for all the Palo Altans. I feel all 60,000 Palo Altans will be better served not by taking on a debt of $400 million incremental dollars when there is a perfectly good solution in the hybrid out there. And I'm guessing most citizens would agree with that. The pricing differences here are fairly large. We'd be burdening not only ourselves, but our kids with a very big bill. The funding for the hybrid is mainly going to come from regional, state, local. The funding for the underpass is going to come from us. Much, much bigger dig in our pockets. And what are we gaining for that?
Your time is up.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marshall H, followed by Sabrina L.
Hey, I'm Marshall. I'm a Charleston resident. So I think I'm here to speak against the underpass because I feel like the design was not user experience friendly, and it's kind of like based on paper, it increased the traffic score, but it actually gonna change the user habits a lot, and gonna make the traffic circle be a more dangerous place for the teenagers. And otherwise, gonna make like traffic congestion for teenagers just play around, and also you're gonna be on the traffic heavy time, like teenagers gonna just easily ignore the user experience and jump into the like the same path as car, gonna create more dangers. So just thinking against that underpass. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sabrina L, followed by Michael W.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Sabrina Lynn, and I have been a resident in Palo Alto for 40 years, and I've raised 4 kids in the school district here. I'm here to express my concerns about the underpass solution for bike and pedestrians, as well as for car traffic. So first, the proposed bike route would actually mean to force many gun students on their bikes going east to navigate a cumbersome route involving ramps, a bridge, and then a tight U-turn. So this awkward route may lead some of the students to take the steeper, more dangerous underpass with the cars instead, since they're teenagers. This raises serious safety concerns, contrary to the improved safety rating in the city's comparison matrix. Furthermore, while the underpass solution supposedly improves, or I guess officially improves the traffic from an F rating to a B rating at the Alma intersection, it does so by diverting 20% of the rush hour traffic to a new traffic circle at Charleston, which we ironically just calmed. And it also does that by creating awkward turns to that traffic, and by eliminating the ability to turn at all to the south at Meadow. Additionally, this dramatic improvement, will ironically increase speeding and interruption at Churchill. The hybrid solution offers a 20 to 80%.
Sorry, your time is up, but thank you. You can continue to email your comments to council.
Okay,
You can
I
email
have
your
done
comments.
that. Please read it. Thank you. I included figures.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael W., followed by Linda L.
Good evening to the City Council. As a longtime resident at Charleston Road, I understand the need for grade separation, but I strongly oppose the Charleston underpass plus roundabout option. The hybrid is the most equitable solution that does not require eminent domain, unlike the underpass. We have been repeatedly assured by the City Council that avoiding eminent domain is a, if not the, top priority. Today, the Council, or next week, has the chance of honoring these words and do what should have happened years ago, abandon the underpass option. A solution that requires 3 full and 30 property acquisitions is not a solution, it's a nightmare. Mayor Stone said that the city will try to make the affected family as whole as possible. Well, the best way of doing so is by not breaking them in the first place, leave their properties untouched. The mayor also recently reminded us that he represents 60,000 citizens. 60,000 citizens do not want to pay an additional $300 to $600 million for the underpass over the hybrid solution. Summing up, keeping traffic out of residential neighborhoods is honorable, but not at the expense of people losing their homes. Accommodating bicycles to a maximal extent is wonderful, but not at the expense of families being dislocated from Palo Alto. Optimizing traffic flow to an A or B level is great, but not at the expense of financially devastating dozens of Palo Altans. The underpass is 6 feet below groundwater level, whereas the hybrid is 12 feet above. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Linda L., followed by Tom C. Moving to our next speaker, Tom C., followed by Joan S.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to address the council. My name's Tom Craig. I live at the corner of Seal and Emerson, and I've been a Palo Alto resident for 40 years. I'm here to talk about the proposal Seal underpass under Alma. You'll hear, you've all gotten letters from me and emails and my fellow residents as well. There are a lot of issues, safety, the impact on the neighborhood and things like that. But I think the answer is really very simple here. It's a lot of money and it's a not needed pedestrian and bicycle underpass. There are already 3 underpasses in Palo Alto. They handle the traffic to the main business areas, which is downtown Palo Alto High School, and then the California Avenue area. And I don't think it's necessary to have another one that just sticks out in the middle of nowhere when they're all nicely, evenly spaced, and they handle the needs of the community. Thank you.
We ask that you don't clap or make other verbal remarks after somebody has commented to make sure that everybody feels comfortable in this space. If you agree, you can put a thumbs up or something, but just nothing verbal, please. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joan S., followed by Nicole C.W.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I'm here to ask that the Great Separation Project not to remove the Alma Charleston traffic light. We've been here in Palo Alto for 20 years, and there are a lot of things happening up and down Charleston. And most recently, the relatively wide bike lane has been put in and stripping us away from street parking in front of our property. Therefore, we may compromise by adjusting our landscape to put more cars on the driveway side. As a result, we rely on the traffic light to make a safe back out onto traffic on Charleston. If you take away that traffic light, I don't know what's going to happen to us. We cannot back out of our driveway. Therefore, we cannot live there in our property safely. As you know, in terms of which option to take, obviously, underpass is the one which supposedly enhance traffic safety by eliminating the traffic light. But our safety is compromised here. So I hope that you take that into consideration. And not only our safety is compromised, people who live up and down Charleston, up all the way to Carlson, where a traffic light is present, will be compromised because
Your time is up.
There's no stops there on Charleston. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nicole C.W., followed by Jackie S.
My name is Nicole Chu Wong, and I'm not an expert on this project. I did not go to the XCAP or Rail Committee meetings. I wasn't even concerned as a renter in the Palo Verde neighborhood, dreaming of buying a home in Palo Alto for my young family to plant our roots. When we did everything we could, made incredible sacrifices to become homeowners in Palo Alto in March, a nearly impossible feat for young families, there was no mention anywhere that the home we bought could be affected by eminent domain. I learned this in May when one of the affected property owners here tonight told me, to which I assured him that he must be wrong, but he wasn't. If you go with the underpass option at Charleston, part of our property will be taken. I want to be clear, I am all for pedestrian safety. I have walked every single neighborhood in Palo Alto, and you all know I'm not exaggerating. I'm all for bike safety and making our city more bikeable. My oldest, a recent kindergarten grad, bikes alongside us to get to school, and we hope both our children will bike to school for the duration of their time in PUSD. And while I'm no expert, I do know that there is at least one option that does not take people's homes and improves bike and pedestrian safety for all, including those with disabilities. I presume more neighbors would have been here tonight had they seen their crossing listed on the agenda. And so for them and for all of us, I urge you to do better for the future of Palo Alto and for all Palo Altans, not just those affected homeowners. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jackie S., followed by Barbara M.
I'm speaking on behalf of Jackie. She sent in her comments to me. So first of all, thanks to the council for listening to us. There's a number of us from Seal Avenue, and this is what she wants to say. I have worked with technology firms. Proof of concept takes into account the needs, spoken and unspoken, of customers. This does not. It is a design concept with a build it and they will come mentality. We are not interested in more engineering and over-engineering to make a forced solution fit. The tunnel is not deemed safe for pedestrians or bikes on Seal, or frankly, you seem to be wedded to a decision that the partial closure for the partial closure idea. Safety first. Even if you test for methane gas or remove flammable items 100 feet from the dig, people will need to move out of their homes. This is the most ineffective, unsafe, and negatively impactful idea of all. Please reconsider. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Barbara M., followed by Stephanie M. Moving to our next speaker, Stephanie M. Oh,
All right. Thank you. As a resident of Palo Alto, with respect to the train crossing by Churchill, I'm asking the following of City Council. Deselect Churchill partial underpass as a preferred option and instead choose the closed Churchill option. As money is an issue, this is a least expensive option. Do not spend any more money on engineering or studying the partial underpass option. Also, any plan should not include the repurposing of the existing 10-foot landscaping safety strip, which homeowners rely on to safely leave their driveways and keep the traffic light on Churchill and Alma, no matter what option is selected. Exiting from my home would be dangerous, especially if the traffic light on Churchill and Alma is removed. If any private property is taken via eminent domain and or the existing 10-foot safety landscaping strip is repurposed, our homes will be less livable and it will be dangerous to back out in our driveway. If I cannot safely leave my home and can no longer park on my property and Alma become, in essence, 5-lane plus space for the barrier, the livability of my home is forever changed. Also, we live in the Silicon Valley, spending $2 billion for crossing railroad paths. I think we can do something better. Really, thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathleen J.M., followed by Ruby C.
Thank you. I think I've spoken to every city council member by now. And currently on our driveways, there are red pieces of tape that show 5 feet in. So you'll see that we can no longer park in our, thank you. We can no longer park in our driveways. So I'm going to echo what my husband just said, and I'm asking the city council to deselect the Churchill partial underpass as a selected option. That's all I'm asking you to do at this time. Right now, I've heard that, well, it's the preferred option, not preferred by us. For the first time on April 29th, we saw that our homes are going to be subject to eminent domain. And some will say it's a sliver of your land. Well, I can no longer park on my driveway. The repurposing of city-owned land, 15 feet of city-owned land, then taking my property. Someone suggested I buy a Mini Cooper. I don't fit in the Mini Cooper. I can't. So I've lost my livability of my house. I've spent years to be able to afford it like Nicole. And because Southgate, it's their plan, they came up with it. They put up artificial barriers, remove the artificial barriers. They can leave. They can go out California Avenue, cost effective. Close Churchill, cost effective, and we keep our homes. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Ruby C, followed by Mike F.
Hello, I'm Ruby Castillo. I live at 106 Kellogg, at the very corner of Kellogg and Alma. And it's true, many homeowners are not currently here because perhaps they're a little bit lost in exactly what's going on with the project. Well, as Kathleen was saying, I didn't really see anything until April when my address shows up on a map that's marked yellow. And yes, I can see that eminent domain is going to be coming sometime soon in the future. However, realistically, the footage that the city plans to take is not a feasible plan because it does interrupt with our livelihoods, and the fact that the home makes it, the Alma actually makes it very difficult for us. So I think that I would request that the city view, not only myself, but for those that are involved in the property takeover, you should see if those plans are realistic, because the partial acquisition to me would be better off as an option with a full acquisition. If that option was there and it is viable for those residences, perhaps it would make a better choice to go forward with the project. In
Your
respect to
time is
that,
up.
I'd also like to ask the council to deselect the Churchill partial underpass.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mike F., followed by Wan Feng Z.
I'm Mike Forster, a longtime resident of Palo Alto, and I'd like to advocate that the fully elevated viaduct, perhaps viaduct plus berm option would be much better because it avoids many of the issues that everybody's talking about. If you just raise the tracks, don't lower the roads, you don't have to worry about acquiring property, impacts to the driveways and parking people are talking about. You don't have to worry about the existing utilities that are probably underneath those streets. You wouldn't have to worry about the changed traffic patterns with the T intersection at Churchill, for example. It could improve east-west connectivity because you wouldn't need to build a bike and pedestrian tunnel for Seal. Just put a signal there, a pedestrian signal, of which there are now many on El Camino, and they could cross and just go right under the viaduct or through the berm. I have not reviewed the cost, but it would seem to me that the incremental cost should be low. If you're going to raise the tracks at all, raising them a few more feet shouldn't be much more expensive, and you avoid all the expense of lowering the roadways. And finally, if this idea extends into Menlo Park, with coordination with Menlo Park, it would solve the Palo Alto Avenue and trestle issues that Caltrain is going to have to deal with sometime anyway. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Wan Feng Z, followed by Peggy K.
Good evening, everyone, and the city council member. As a resident of Palo Alto, I'm asking you deselect and pass option at Meadow Drive as preferred option. Instead of that, consider the hybrid or even better option. The hybrid option is less expensive and many other reasons, include no acquisition of the residential lot, but most important, the safety of the kids when they ride bicycle from all the north side to the Ganghai. I live very close to the cross, and every morning I watch different scenario how dangerous in the raining season. The kids try to rush to go to school on time. So it just breaks my heart sometimes. I'm living at Meadow Drive at Emerson. The closest distance clearance between Meadow to my physical house is about 6 feet. So any cutting into my property lot from Meadow will make my house is not safe and livable in the future. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Peggy K, followed by Sainta P. Peggy K. Moving to our next speaker, Sainta P.
Dear City Council members, thanks for allowing me to speak. I would like to express as a Pali student that I'm strongly opposed to the idea of a tunnel on Kellogg or Seal, especially one that is planned to be much longer than the one on Cal Ave. I think it is unfair to give us no choice but to commute through a long tunnel in the early morning and at night. I usually go to school at 7:30 in the morning for 0 period, and I'm often alone. I'm the same for at night when I come home from sports practice after dark. I will not feel safe walking or biking through a long tunnel at night. Even if it is well lit, it's an isolated location that would put me in a vulnerable situation. I know I have graduated by the time a tunnel is built, but I'm concerned for my younger sibling and the future Pali students. Please prioritize student safety over car traffic. Thank you.
Our next speaker is David M, followed by John M.
Hi, thank you so much for letting me speak. I wanted to talk about the Churchill crossing as well, and I'd like you to please reconsider leaving it open to car traffic. There's no reason for cars to be crossing Churchill and going past those train tracks. It's already an area that these are residential streets, Alma and Churchill in that area. These are all driveways. These are all pedestrians and bicyclists going on there. There's no need for cars to be crossing in that space as well. I would like you to reconsider the option of closing Churchill. If we really do need a grade separation for that crossing, there's no reason for the tunnels over on Seal or Kellogg. Put a pedestrian tunnel under Churchill right along the model of what's over at Homer, which is a much shorter tunnel under just the train tracks, not under Alma. And as you drive by Homer on Alma, you can actually see all the way through the tunnel. It's wide open. There's daylight. It's safe and open. We want to prioritize the safety of the students and the bicyclists and the pedestrians. There's no need for cars there at all. So I would ask you again, please do reconsider the closure of Churchill to car traffic and anything that could mitigate the traffic on Alma as well. The speed, it's a 35-mile-hour residential street and people are driving 50 and 60 miles an hour on there. I can't imagine these poor people trying to get out of their driveways onto Alma. It's insane. And the plan as proposed would make the traffic on Alma faster and worse. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is John M., followed by Michelle G.
Thank you for the opportunity. I've lived in Palo Alto 22 years. I live 150 feet away from the Caltrain tracks between Meadow and Charleston. Right now, we have 800 blasts per day of 96 to 110 decibels. There's dust, there's noise. Caltrain is the worst neighbor ever. They're awful. The current plans as proposed would leave us, instead of with a screen of trees, 40 to 50 feet of concrete. It'll be nice. I'll invite all of you to my front yard. Come and have some tea. Watch the trains go by as they are now. And then imagine the renderings when we see the concrete devastation that is proposed now. I haven't got much constructive to say. I'm sorry, and nothing really encouraging. But hearing from some council members in the paper that, well, somebody should sacrifice for it, it's for the good of the city, sounds to me pretty ignorant and insensitive overall, especially when people are facing eminent domain. We live with this mess all the time. When I started here 22 years ago, we had 50 trains a day. Now it's 105. And there's going to be increases every day, every week, every month, every year, as we trumpet that we have to live next to the godsend that is Caltrain. It's not a godsend for us. And we hope that the changes you make are positive and take into consideration.
Your time is up.
Our needs as well, not just the traveling public. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle G., followed by John B.
Hello, dear City Council members. Thank you for your attention. I'm here to talk about the Seal Avenue and Kellogg and argue basically that we don't need either of them. I ask you to imagine a time in the future, 10 years from now, when one of these tunnels will be built or the Churchill intersection will be better and fixed and there are self-driving cars. And I ask you to think about the future. Self-driving cars are here now, and I ask you to think about how that could impact the Churchill crossing. I'm also here to argue that we don't need either the Seal Tunnel or the Kellogg Tunnel. The Seal Tunnel is problematic. There's Cal Avenue underpass right there. It puts you out in a dark place in the park. And you still have to cross from Southgate to Pally. I've spent some time just watching how many people go on the Churchill Alma intersection. I just ask that you fix that. After graduation, there were walkers, bikers, wheelchairs. They are not going to go to either the Kellogg or the Seal Tunnel. Just fix Churchill and think about how self-driving cars might make things at the Churchill crossing much safer in the future. And some of the drawings this gentleman had.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is John B., followed by Melinda M.
Greetings. My wife and I have lived in Palo Alto all our lives.
and have been in the current house for over 38 years and raised two great kids who went through the Palo Alto School District. Over that time, we've seen a lot of change going on. But today I'm here to ask the City Council to reject the seal to Piers Park Tunnel proposal, as well as close Churchill. There are many reasons that we've heard why we should reject these proposals, but I want to really focus on the safety issue. A pedestrian bike tunnel that leads into the deserted Piers Park after night falls raises serious safety concerns. The safety record of California Avenue Tunnel, with numerous assaults occurring in and around it, underscore the potential dangers associated with such tunnels. For students of all ages, navigating a dimly lit park at night can be a terrifying prospect. The proposed tunnel location does not prioritize safety. The tunnel will also significantly increase the bike traffic through the streets of the Southgate neighborhood. With Southgate streets being only 24 feet wide, safely navigating around parked cars and moving vehicles become exceedingly difficult. Introducing hundreds of additional bikes into that already congested area poses serious safety issues and demonstrates a lack of consideration for neighborhood safety. I see I'm running out of time, but I want to know that I let you know I just found out about this about 2 weeks ago. I just got this card in the mail today.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Melinda M., followed by Drew H.
Hello, Council. My name's Melinda McGee. I've lived in Palo Alto for 30 years. I live between the Charleston and Meadow crossing. I'm concerned about eminent domain for neighbors, but not for myself. And what I'm concerned about, and I want this to be on your radar, is the electrification of the train made our house uninhabitable. We couldn't sleep at night because of the noise that was going on with just the electrification. With the building of underpasses and who knows what on Charleston and Meadow, our house will be uninhabitable. We will be like living in a construction zone. We're in an airplane path. We have Alma, which is a freeway now that has gotten worse and worse. So we're catering to cars. This is an eminently bikeable city, and we need to think about the people like me and my family and my neighbors who have put up with pollution, noise, construction, living next to a freeway. I'm one house off of Alma, and just take a look at what's going on, because we're tired of catering to the cars. I can sometimes barely get out of my driveway because of
Your time is up.
People cutting through the neighborhood. So let's get the police on this. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Drew H., followed by Michael B.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Thank you for letting me address you tonight. My name is Drew Hudasik. I live at 109 and 109A Coleridge with my wife, Brett, and our two daughters who graduated Pali in class of 23 and 24. We've been here at that address about 20 years, and it's worth noting I'm a real estate developer by day, so I'm up at the podium all the time speaking to elected officials and asking them to make tough decisions. Regarding the Churchill grade separation, this is not one of those tough decisions. It seems to be instead answering a question that nobody's asking. We, like many others in the audience, just learned of this recently, and in listening to the rail committee and the materials prepared, it's pretty clear that the Churchill grade separation is the third of three priorities. Cities like Sunnyvale and Mountain View are years ahead of us with respect to getting Measure B funding, federal funding. It's probable that Churchill Crossing would never even happen, even if we wanted it to, but the answer is right in front of us. Philosophers talk about a principle called Occam's razor, which says the simplest solution is often the best, not just because it's easier, but it's efficient and likely it's the obvious answer. And in this case, it is. I mean, if we want to spend hundreds of millions of dollars, create uncertainty for a decade and impact our community very negatively, we could study the grade separation, or we could just close vehicular traffic to Churchill and solve everything very, very quickly. Thank you.
Next speaker is Michael B., followed by Ron P. Michael B. Moving on to Ron P.
Good evening. I'd like to urge the City Council to eliminate the Charleston Meadow Underpass option here and now, once and for all. This design is deeply flawed, and I won't go over all the reasons once again. The property seizures are totally unacceptable. There's no amount of further study and discussion that is ever going to make this option acceptable. Let's not throw good money after bad. Let's get this one off the table. Let's see what we can do to make the hybrid or even the viaduct a good option. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Val S., followed by Linda.
Val Style, Old Palo Alto since 2004. Yes on SIL, pedestrian tunnel. I think I'm in favor of the SIL pedestrian tunnel. Anyone who have kids, Palo Alto Unified School. I have elementary school child. This is about the next generation. Kids will enjoy, will be, and it will be much safe to just go underground, continue on SEAL, end up on Pierce Park. Understand it's going to have bike lanes and walking path to Palo Alto High School. It's going to have light. And the dog park is going to be remodeled. I don't understand who's against this tunnel for safety. Maybe they don't have kids in a Palo Alto School District and that are going to Palo Alto High School. So yes, the tunnel under SEAL is very important, probably the most important part in terms of safety for the kids, for the new generation of students that are going to Palo Alto High School.
Our next speaker is Linda, followed by Phil Y.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm Linda, the owner of a property on Charleston for more than 20 years. To move forward the great separation option, I really hope the city council to do at least following 5 surveys among 3 options: hybrid, underpass with new traffic circles, and underpass with existing traffic circles, and post the survey results to public so that everybody knows what's going on. So the first survey should be compare the traffic flow and the traffic time of crossing intersections for cars, bikes, and pedestrians. And second is compare the safety of crossing these intersections, again for cars, bikes, and pedestrians. And the third should be compare easiness of crossing intersections for cars, bikes, and pedestrians. And then the fourth comparison should be the cost and the construction time of finishing the projects. And the last but not the least, and the most important, is compare the financial, emotional, and social effects on the impact of families. The city council should take a fair, more reasonable, and more efficient option, such like hybrid. We don't want to sacrifice our families for an unreasonable, unfair, and inefficient option such as underpass with a new—
Your time is up.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Phil Y., followed by Catherine.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the time.
The Churchill partial underpass proposal is materializing as needing significantly more eminent domain than what was initially sold to council and the public. The 15 Alma properties that face eminent domain will likely require full acquisition or face severely reduced livability and value. 15 homes will become substandard sized lots with no driveway, no yard, and will be dangerously close to 50-mile-per-hour traffic. Many of these lots will be unbuildable due to zoning setbacks and will have little value and little livability. The partial underpass cuts off a large portion of the old Palo Alto neighborhood from the Stanford side. It will also send more traffic to Embarcadero and to Professorville because the 101 to Stanford traffic flow will need to navigate themselves onto Alma from Embarcadero to cross Churchill, and they will have to do it on side streets around Embarcadero. The partial underpass is a partial solution that comes at full cost, both financially and in eminent domain. It does not improve safety, does not improve traffic, as the plan still requires a stoplight subgrade. It does not prevent traffic from diverting to Embarcadero neighborhoods. It comes at a huge cost. The partial is already turning out to be a very bad deal for Palo Alto. Please consider putting Churchill on hold, similar to how the fourth crossing at Palo
Your
Alto.
time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Catherine, followed by Mash N.
I live on Charleston Road. So currently the underpass with the traffic a circle plan. And so we don't like this plan because our house is on the circle. So the circle will take a part of our front yard. Our front yard currently the setback only 22 feet. So after the circle construction, so the circle almost right on beside our bedroom. But when people, our street resident apply for permit to remodel their house, the city told us we have to leave at least 20 feet setback. Otherwise, we cannot get a permit. So we think if city do construction, they should follow the same city code too. So city officer told us this code for family residence and community safety. So I think when city do the road construction, also need to follow this rule, the 20 feet back. Another thing I saw a neighbor John said we need to keep the signal on the cross section of Elmer and Charleston. Otherwise, we cannot back out, especially in the morning. Okay, thank you. Also, actually, we prefer, the viaduct or the hybrid. I think that is a good option. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mash N, followed by Kyle B.
Hello, I hope you guys can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This is Mash. I recently moved into the neighborhood of East Meadow and have found out about this from my neighbors. And I'm deeply concerned that my property comes under eminent domain. And I agree with most of the speakers that have come before me that the hybrid option is a better option than the underpass because of cost overruns or property acquisitions. We might also be forgetting the fact that there could be resistance to take over of the homes. There could be litigation, which would add to the costs. So I'm not sure if those costs have been already factored in. I was told that Palo Alto has always a deep respect for everyone. And if their promise was made that properties would not be acquisitioned, but that is not being followed up or pursued upon, that would be a really sad state of affair. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kyle E, followed by Eloitha A.
Hello, and good evening, Council. I live on the 1400 block of Alma in one of the homes with proposed property taking due to the Churchill partial underpass. And while the decision on what, if any, changes to the preferred alternatives are not part of this item tonight, the package before you contains new information, which includes the potential acquisition of properties and impacts not previously known to the council or the public. I'm speaking now not because I'm upset about traffic impacts or construction impacts. I'm realistic. I know I live on busy Alma with a train across the street. I know that my family will need to deal with those things no matter what. We have already had to deal many times with overnight Caltrain construction. I have voiced no concern in the past with the coming changes in front of my home because I understood the need for change with increasing train volume. But now that the plans show the real possibility that part of my home and its livability could be taken away, I can no longer remain silent. I urge you to bring back the Churchill Rail Crossing at an upcoming meeting in order to allow us, the public, whose homes are being directly impacted and our property being acquired from us, a chance to voice our concerns. We have been told by staff and city representatives that this is how the process works, and it may be refined or not built in the years to come. Meanwhile, we sit in our homes uncertain and uneasy, with our house number on a map, impacting our well-being, our property values, and our faith in the city that our interests are being represented and advocated for. Please call on staff to bring back the Churchill closure or deselect the partial underpass given this new information. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Eloitha A., followed by Larry. Moving to our next speaker, Larry. Larry, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Moving to our next speaker, Aaron, followed by Susan.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name is Erin. My husband and I have resided on the 200 block of Seal for over 20 years. We have two older children that have attended the schools and have been active in the community. We're here today because of the proposed Seal Avenue thoroughfare, which would have a detrimental impact on our neighborhood, the safety of our children. We feel property values, especially for our neighbors on the 100 block, given an eminent domain and our overall quality of life. So we really believe the current Churchill crossing has provided convenient access to Palo Alto High School and also Stanford campus. But the city now feels in order to support Caltrain and increase ridership on the transit system, that a complete reroute of the existing infrastructure is needed. And this would include the thoroughfare and bike path that runs down or Seal by Seal and Alma. This really would impact our neighborhood, which is already impacted by parking density. We have multi-unit properties on the 100 block as well as single-family homes. So in our opinion, our quiet street would become a major transit, increasing both foot and road traffic. Our parking situation would change dramatically. Obviously, the noise, proposed parking permits, and just general quality of life. So it's puzzling to us why something that's working well right now with Churchill, why the city would propose now $1 billion project to change what's already working, especially knowing that Caltrain is seeing substantial decline in ridership.
Your time is up.
It's going to be one of the most mismanaged. Yeah, so we ask that you reject the Seal underpass.
Our next speaker is Susan N. Susan N., you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Moving to our next speaker, Mark S.
Thank you. I think Churchill should be close to cars and the bike and pedestrian tunnel located there for multiple reasons, but I'd like to comment on the alternatives should they happen. Both Kellogg and Seal work if the only requirement is students commuting to school, but a tunnel at Seal would also be a good way to get from Professorville or Old Palo Alto to Pali, California Avenue Shopping, or Stanford. Seal is also a good street to get all the way to the bike paths on Newell and Lewis while avoiding Embarcadero. Today, if you cross the tracks at Churchill and trying to get to Newell, you end up on Embarcadero, which a recent tragedy made clear is a very dangerous road for bike riders. Seal, on the other hand, goes all the way to Newell. Kellogg also seems to require a blind turn, which is dangerous. Separately, I worry about the proposed stoplight at California Avenue in Alma, right next to the awkward tunnel transition there. North California is the safe route to school for Green Middle School. Any turn light there will draw not only neighborhood traffic, but also commuter traffic off Oregon Expressway. Mixing kids and commuters on the same street doesn't seem to be a good idea. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth A.
Hi, this is Elizabeth Alexis. I just want to make two quick comments. First, I think it is really a problem to be doing selection and to have everybody involved when you're at 5% design, which is really, it's hard to, if you've not done this for a long time, to understand how conceptual that really is. And also to be using worst case, because different options may have very different deltas between the best case and the worst case. And that is, I think, true for this example between the underpass, which is something that I brought forward, and between the hybrid that's currently proposed. I really think that's become very difficult. The second thing is I definitely hear everybody who's very concerned about this. I would like a chance to hear more about your concerns and think about creative solutions to that, and maybe explain to you why, after working on this for 10 years, this is what I actually thought was the best option for all modes of transportation and for the neighborhood where I live. You can email me, ealexis@gmail.com. I would be happy to meet with any or all of you at your convenience. Thanks.
Our final speaker is Barbara H.
Good evening, Council. My name is Barbara Hazlett. I'm sure you're delighted to know that I'm your final speaker. And I'm here to speak on the issue of the closure of Churchill. I implore you not to close Churchill. As we have discussed for many years, and I've been a party to many of these meetings, as I am a 45-year homeowner at Emerson and Embarcadero. If you close Churchill, you're going to dump 10,000 more cars a day onto Embarcadero. I know the issue of eminent domain is a very big issue, but if you do that, you are going to do a silent eminent domain to hundreds of homes on Embarcadero. So I implore you to think about that. I'm not going to sit up here and cry, but I am going to implore you to keep Churchill open so that we have 3 decent conduits east and west across our very vibrant city. So thank you for listening to me, and please do consider the partial underpass, because there were many citizens who came together to give you that brilliant engineering solution in our town. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on action item 13.
Great, thank you. And thank you to all the members of the public who came out to speak tonight and share your thoughts. We'll return now to the dais. As a reminder, we're going to be focusing tonight then on the bicycle pedestrian crossing near the Churchill Avenue crossing. And next week we'll return. We'll have additional public comment from those who haven't had a chance to address us yet, and we'll then address the grade separation alternatives next week. Before we can, well, I'll come back to you, City Manager, at the end then to figure out if we figured out the best day. But return it to colleagues. Councilmember Vinker.
I hadn't pressed my light, but you saw I was thinking about it. Okay, I guess I'll dive first into this. First of all, I want to thank all the public for coming out. This is a tough one for all of you, for all of us, and I do find it very helpful to hear from you tonight, and some of you have reached out to me ahead of time, and lots of you have sent emails, and those are very helpful because this is wicked complex and very, very important and very, very personal to many, many people. So thank you. So with respect to this, starting with the Churchill-Kellogg seal question, I appreciate that, even if it will be a while until any takings are actually made for anybody's property, for those of you who are on the potential list, that is little solace. It's awful to have the uncertainty hanging over your head. And so I want to think about ways that might eliminate or substantially reduce the possibility of property takings. And I know most of my colleagues, I assume all of my colleagues want to do that, but I have two questions for staff that relate to this issue. The first is, so when staff and the rail committee first, became aware of sort of increased problems with the Kellogg tunnel, we looked for a different place to put the tunnel, and Seal came up. And what I'm wondering is, we're looking at moving it, but I'm wondering if there's another way to skin this cat. I know electrification adds a lot of height over the Caltrain right-of-way, but is there any chance that we could do a bike bridge instead of a tunnel? I'm getting a no, but I want to find out why. I want to know if it's because of there's not enough space for the incline. I want it because you can go parallel, but I'd like to at least, and also I think our public should know if that's not an alternative, why?
Thank you, Council Member, for the question. Yes, so it's gonna be including all those components as you mentioned, that the transitions from the overhead to the ramping will be much longer. For the fact that there will be 30 feet overhead catenary system for the electrified system for the railroad. So in order to go above that, so we have to maintain clearance above the electrified overhead system for the train in order to put a bridge. So it will be significantly much higher in height. And then that will require longer transitions to do that, which will impact significant amount of additional housing. So going above the rail track will not be a cost-effective solution or a feasible solution.
Yeah, just respectfully, a question about that. Thinking of the new bike bridge over 101, there's a long ramp up, longer than that? Or do we just not have the space for it? If it was, say, parallel. You know how it goes parallel to 101 and then it curves and goes up over 101? That's pretty long, slow ramp. I'm just wondering if we've looked at it or could look at it further.
Yeah, so the right-of-way impacts and the transition to go up above to allow for the vertical clearance above the electrical lines will be significantly much higher than what it is for that Adobe Creek Bridge.
Okay. And the right-of-way, that's Caltrain, who I think we've heard is a little more interested in negotiating with us on things now. I mean, because we would go under, that's also just trying to understand
Yeah,
what.
So the right-of-way impacts would likely be in our right-of-way for that, outside of the Cal. Yeah, so it would have, the impact would spill into the private properties. It would shift Alma, as an example, because if you were to run it along parallel to Alma instead, I think that's what you're suggesting. That would
through
shift the
Pierce
property.
Park, we've got a big old park over there.
Yeah, on one side, but it needs to be on both sides, right? So you have to have the ramp on both sides. So you'd be pushing the impacts
Can't go straight. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I was thinking it can't go straight down. I mean, instead of coming up under Seal, it can't come down Seal as opposed to Alma.
Oh, okay. So if you're saying Seal, it's the same thing. It would just be a really significant ramp. It would also have
Be awkward in front of people's homes.
impacts. Yeah.
All right. Well, just
Also, just to note that typically when you have a bike ramp like that, where a bicyclist has to ride up, that's not as comfortable of a, especially something that's very, very steep and long like that, it would not be such a comfortable bicycling experience.
Right. No, I was assuming we could make it comfortable. So that's part of the question. Okay. Well, that's one thought. The other I want to ask about, I don't know if the clerk can put up, there's some pictures and renderings in our packet that weren't in the slides. And I don't know if you can go to page 350. Oh, can I keep going with this line? I'm getting close to time. I'll stop after this question. Could you go to page 354 of our packet? And what I want, it should be a picture, hopefully, of the Churchill, like looking up and down Alma. Let's see. Yeah, thank you. So I have a question, and then I'll tell you more about why I'm asking the question. The initial question is, so northbound's coming toward us, right, in this picture. So we have on the left, we have 2 northbound lanes, and then in one, down lower, is another northbound lane, right? So if you're coming down that ramp approaching Churchill, you can make your left turn. So it's essentially a left turn lane, but you can still go straight there. Why is that? Why wouldn't we have it just a left turn lane?
So that through lane would also allow for those left turn coming out of Churchill to go onto the northbound Churchill Avenue, northbound Alma Street. So those coming from Pali or El Camino side will be making left turn at that intersection, and they will need to ascend back onto the grade to meet the northbound through lanes.
Gotcha. Yes, of course. Okay. So because, yeah, without that, could you, if you can go just up to 356. This is looking the other way, I believe. This is looking northbound. I think we were looking southbound before. And, you know, it tapers back in. So if you're looking on the right-hand side of the roadway, it tapers back in. I think that's north of Kellogg. And the reason I was asking about the third northbound lane is that one could taper back in sooner, presumably, if we didn't have 3 lanes extending as far. So, you know, I'm just wondering, because then we could pull back. There wouldn't be as many takings along Alma there, if you see what I'm saying. But now I'm wondering that maybe we could take the 2 northbound lanes on the right and condense that to 1 and still have 2 northbound lanes. But something like that to pull it back so we're not doing the takings along Alma there.
Yeah, thank you, Council Member, for that suggestion. And Rail Committee has already made that a recommendation to the staff and to look into that configuration in our preliminary engineering phase. So at the earlier stages of the PE, we will be looking at see how we could effectively reduce that width on the northbound Alma lanes to allow for lesser or eliminate any impact onto those private properties.
That's great news. So just procedurally, or just time-wise, if you can tell me when and how that analysis will happen and unfold, and then I'll stop.
So we are working with Caltrain and VTA to negotiate that agreement as in the next steps. But one of our recommendations from the Rail Committee was to come back at about 15% level of completion to seek direction review by Rail Committee and Council. Right. And so as those efforts would look into those the alternatives, we'll come back and see how we have improved the alternative and reduced any impacts, and then seek direction to proceed forward on the 35% development of the PE, preliminary engineering plans. And if that all sounds great, then we'll do environmental on those.
Okay, so that analysis will be made to see if we can reduce or eliminate the takings along Alma.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
As this is, 5% conceptual, I'm going to go to conceptual very hard for a second here. Because I heard some people in public comment basically say, why are we doing this at all? Let's just leave it around. Are we just trying to help Caltrans business plan? Well, they do have a business plan, and they also have the right of way, and they own that. And they're going to increase the speed with fast trains, and they're going to increase the frequency. And if they are successful in their business plan and we do nothing, then we have gridlock. So I just want to address, as we said for this dais one other time, the worst scenario, the worst of any alternative is doing nothing, because if Caltrans is successful, then we're not. So this is absolutely essential that we have to do this somewhere, some amount of grade crossings. But I was also wondering if perhaps the chair, who has years of experience with this, and staff could just give a little bit more information on the specifics of the seal issue versus Churchill. You covered it in the staff report on page 146, and then some technical memorandums in the back, but the public didn't see that. So perhaps if you could just emphasize why that was the rail committee's choice, and just give some flavor to that for the benefit of the public.
Yeah, I'll be happy to take the first stab at that. So initially, Kellogg Avenue had been the one that was further developed. And just to note that through recommendations from bicycle stakeholders and other stakeholders that provided input to those plans, and the Caltrain right-of-way that exists, we recognize that at Kellogg Avenue, a crossing was going to have potential property impacts into the Stanford, the Pally football stadium there, just past the trail. So that's one major impact. Also to note that the Seal Avenue is not actually a new concept. It was actually something that came and was developed in the 2012 Bicycle and Pedestrian Plan. So it's actually been previously identified in other plans, as well as by the XCAP it was identified. Seal Avenue is a better fills a longer gap between other crossing locations. And as I described before, it has more space for landing on both sides. On Seal and Kellogg, the geometry or the space that's available is nearly identical. So the streets are nearly identical in spatial considerations. So really the same kind of impact on the Seal and Kellogg side. It's on the other side where there's really not as much room for the bike landing. And finally, the Seal Avenue actually has a few more connections to existing bicycle infrastructure and paths.
Great, thanks for that. Particularly, you like the landing area there in Pierce Park, but some of the folks here have said that it's not a good landing area because then they have to drive on narrow streets through sort of a section to get to Pally and other places. And others have said it's great because it connects with other areas much more seamlessly and safely.
So I didn't know if that was a question, but well, yeah. So I think that's really, this is one of these things where you're asking me which painting is more beautiful, but the bike path is right there at Pierce Park. There's Park Boulevard, which is one of our main city bicycle boulevards, and Castilleja is a main route. Castilleja right there is a main route to Pally. So
great.
That is the bicycle path that is already designated, the bicycle network that's already designated there where Pierce Park is.
Yeah, I appreciate that because we have stuff in the packet that the public doesn't have. And lastly, going back up to the conceptual, we have to do one or the other, correct? We have to do one, either Charleston or Seal. Again, in response to some of the comments we heard. I'm sorry, Kellogg or Seal.
Yeah, so the way that partial underpass is designed is the bicycle and pedestrian connection is not intended to be at Churchill along with the partial underpass, doesn't fit. So yes, Kellogg or Seal are the preferred locations within that area, or the more preferable locations.
I appreciate hearing those answers to the public. Thanks.
Councilor Ku.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. So first I want to just tell the public, thank you so much for speaking tonight, but also when I asked the process question earlier, it was not to stop you from talking or to make public comments, but rather to let you know the process for next week so you're not surprised when you come back to make comments and find out you can't. So I just want to clear that up. Secondly, I just want to ask, I want to thank staff for making sure that late as it was, that you still provided all of the maps showing the properties that would be impacted by these kind of alternatives. So it was rather shocking for me to hear actually at one of the rail committee meetings that there was somebody who said that it's just too bad that you put those or you disclose the property takings. And I think that was such a huge impact and such a huge taking of somebody's home. This is supposed to be disclosed a long time ago. The other part that I want to mention is that when I first came on council back in 2017, one of the criteria that we put forward was that there would be no property takings. And that was what we said. I don't know along the way, when did that change? For this many homes to be taken, be it partial or full, even one is too much. Next item I want to talk about is on the April 29th, 2024 staff report in the next steps section. There was a paragraph that was said that there was they are planning for the expanded outreach efforts to keep the community informed about the various technical studies and project updates, including the outreach initiative to gather feedback and comments from the resident community, especially those that will be greatly impacted and affected by the Great Separation Project. So I waited and waited and waited. And finally, I had to reach out to staff to understand why are these meetings and community outreach not coming forward. And I had no notice about it. And I checked with the residents and they have said that they hadn't gotten any notice about any meetings until I found out that most of it was going to be notices that are going to be sent to the properties, to the homes, and also that regarding community meetings, I really want to know, why did the rail committee tell staff not to have a community meeting during that time when it's even more prudent for communication, for outreach, to understand where everybody's concerns are, or even to disclose what is being proposed. So I am perplexed by that, very perplexed by that. The cards that went to residents really had not very much information except to talk about the rail committee meeting and then the council meeting. It's not going to cause somebody to say, oh, let me go to a council meeting. It's that much fun to be at it. And then I know staff have put out a new blog called Stay on Track. I'm not even really sure how many people are seeing that. So I think this outreach has been, unfortunately, quite dismal. And I still have a lot of concerns about that. And actually having taken Churchill, having actually last time made a decision on Churchill, I would really hope that we bring that back forward. Also, I did go out to Churchill and met with some of the neighbors over there, and we measured it. And we got further clarification from staff that it's going to be 6 feet, or I heard it at the rail meeting, that there's going to be 6 feet from the planter strip that is going to be taken. And then from residents' driveway, that would be another 5. So we did go and measure that, but that is a minimum of 5 feet. We're not saying that it's for sure because obviously the designs haven't been made yet. But the city manager was kind enough to meet me over there, and we also did a measurement. And I want to thank you for putting your red tape there, Ms. Jason Moreau, because I think that this is an opportunity for residents to actually go out and see where that potentially could be and how much of your driveway might be taken. Talking about the seal and the Kellogg pedestrian and bicycle road, I'm going to say that on Kellogg, the people who live there is going to be so impacted because of Castellea's development. And it is actually one of the roads that are being used for ingress and egress for trucks from Alma to get into Castellea. People who are going to lose their driveways and can't park in their driveways anymore are going to be either parking on Kellogg, and I forget if Charleston has any parking on it, but most people are going to transfer their cars to Kellogg. And I can just imagine, I'm sorry, the lady who lives on the corner of Churchill and Alma, who walks with a walker, is going to have to walk all the way from Kellogg to her home that's on the corner of Churchill. That's a whole block. There are people with disabilities who live around there. There are mothers who have young children who are bringing home groceries or whatnot. And so this is actually not a plan that should move forward at this time until more is thought about. I will say that when the plan for the bicycle pedestrian came forward for Seal, nothing was said about house takings or partial takings. Nothing came up about that. So seeing the number of homes over there that will be impacted, it really surprises me because actually I didn't know about that. But more, when it came forward, I was in agreement with Seal because it went all the way to Lewis, and from Embarcadero, you can come in all the way from Lewis down Seal. But again, property takings are just a no for me. So unless another plan comes up where there's no housing that is going to be lost or taken away from a resident, I will not be able to support that. Furthermore, at the rail committee meeting, there was talk about the scope is to come up with 35% of good level detail of the preliminary engineering and environmental clearance. So it's a surprise to me that now it's at 15. Is that something different that I'm understanding? Maybe you can clarify for me, because at the rail committee discussion said with moving forward that the preliminary engineering and environmental clearance, we're looking for 35%.
So, yeah, thank you for that question. I think that what staff was referring to is when council and rail committee would have a chance to weigh in on how the plans had been revised. As an example, if we were to minimize width of Alma, would that potentially eliminate all of the property impacts along Alma? And if so, then staff would bring that back, the revised plans at that around that 15% time, to say, is this an adequate time to decide to move forward? So it's not like we would just keep going to the 35% without stopping to get more input, I think is what was being referred to.
I appreciate that, because I was thinking going all the way to 35%. I mean, even at 15%, I have a little bit of a qualm, because we tend to, once we move forward, it's very hard to back out of it. And going to 35 would definitely mean that we may not go back. And with $6 million invested from the FRA, and then potentially another matching grant, if I understood that clearly from the rail committee, I can't see us with 12 million invested into 12 plus million. If that was so, if we do have that grant, then I can't see us going backwards. I'm over my time. I apologize. I have others if we're going to come back to a second.
Councilman Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to acknowledge this is a long process. Many people on the dais, in this room, staff have been a part of it for a long time. Some of us are newer to it. It must be very frustrating to hear questions coming up here in 2024 that those have been a part of it for years, maybe heard in 2020 or even earlier. So I just want to acknowledge that. This is a project that has no perfect solution, I know, and everyone's trying to do their best. I do believe that. I have a question about Churchill on based on the concerns we've heard from folks about Seal and that option. Can you, for those who are less familiar, help us understand the decision to not go with the Churchill closure with mitigations? So did Churchill closure entail any partial or complete takings within the Southgate neighborhood?
So at the level of design that we were at, I don't think we had any anticipated property takes. However, there could be some potential property impacts through the mitigations.
Such as?
So there are improvements that are identified as mitigation measures, which include intersection improvements at El Camino Real and say Churchill. There are improvements recognized at Embarcadero and El Camino Real, as well as at Oregon Expressway and Elma Street, and Oregon Expressway and I believe also at El Camino. So those intersections will require some additional widening to provide for additional lanes, and those may have some additional right-of-way considerations that would need to be looked at more carefully as we look into those designs.
Would you say they might rise to the level of a partial taking? Or we don't know that yet?
We don't know that yet.
And what was not clear, I think, from the presentation is what are the bike ped options with the Churchill closure with mitigation? I think there are two. One is bike peds go under Churchill. One is there's some kind of sideways thing. It goes underneath somewhere else. Could you just state what those two options did entail?
So the option one entails I believe it's like going along the Churchill Avenue, going straight and underneath both railroad tracks and Alma Street, and coming back on the opposite side, coming back daylighting at in the middle of Churchill Avenue, and would have some stairs and ramps that would connect to the site. The other option, option two, which is going, the ramps will be along the railroad tracks, so the pedestrians and bikes will cross Alma Street at a signalized intersection on the other side of the railroad tracks, and will go along the railroad tracks, go down the ramp, and then come back up on the other side, and then daylight back onto Churchill Avenue. So we have heard from Caltrain that because of the encroachment, because of the constrained right-of-way for the Caltrain itself in that vicinity, that option two, or the ones where the ramps are parallel to the railroad tracks, would need to, the ramps would need to reduce down to at least 7 feet width, which would certainly be a more constrained. And so option one would be the one that would work better with the Caltrain right away.
And what was the road that ramp would have ultimately gone under? Where would that ramp have gone under the train track?
It will be between Kellogg and Churchill, so it's not going underneath any road.
Thank you very much. That's all for me.
Councilmember Burke.
Thanks. So a few additional comments I'd just like to share. One is that the council has prioritized the South Palo Alto crossings over the north, over Churchill. So Meadow and Charleston were prioritized. And what year was that? Do you recall that?
November 2021.
2021. And in large part, that was because we do have separated grade crossings in North Palo Alto. We have them at Oregon, and we have them at Embarcadero and University, and we have none in South Palo Alto. A second reason is that Churchill has always been recognized as being even more constrained because the right-of-way width is only 65 feet there. It's one of the narrowest in the entire Caltrain corridor. Down at Churchill and Charleston, I think it's around 120. So each of those places has its challenges, but it's even more challenging at Churchill than down at Charleston and East and Meadow. And then I did want to just clarify that the bike underpass, whether it would be at Kellogg or Seal, has no property takings involved. It has parking loss at either location. And the staff had alluded to in response to the question about why was Kellogg rejected, and to a great degree, well, I think two primary reasons. And the impacts, just so as staff said, the impacts at Kellogg and Seal on the east side, on the local streets, are virtually identical, whichever you choose. On the west side, the school district expressed vehement opposition to that proposal because it would require a very extensive intrusion into the school district property in the west side. And on the west side at Seal, we have the ability to have a landing in Pierce Park. I know some people have said, oh, it'd be in the dog run. That can be tweaked and lighting can be achieved. That doesn't mean we don't have other problems, but that's the least of our problems. That's actually viewed as one where one of the things we talked about is it opens up Pierce Park for access from all the folks in Old Palo Alto who would really value a park the size of Piers as well, and they'd be able to have pedestrian bike access to Piers Park. So that was viewed as a plus in that regard. I did want to talk about kind of the sequencing, not only of focusing on South Palo Alto, and I should note that where we are today has been a series of council actions from 2018 and all the way up until really 2021 was the most recent. Councilmember Koo, you were in all those meetings and you voted in favor of most of these things. So I don't know what you missed, but I think the record is clear on that. These are complex issues and there are no easy solutions. And we all struggle with this, and we kind of knew the deeper we got, we were going to come up against some real, even more specific challenges. I did want to just dovetail on what Ripon had said on the potential of an overpass. With electrification, that's 30 feet up, and that's almost twice as high of a clearance as the 101 bridge. And it's 3 or 4 times the ramp distance of what we would have for an underpass. It's infeasible. That's why no cities are now doing either vehicular overpasses or pedestrian overpasses with the electrified system. They just don't work. It'd be a massive ramp. And I think what Philip was alluding to is if you add hundreds of yards of ramp in each direction, not only is the question of where you're going to put that. If you have it run down Seal, that means that you have a similar obstruction on Seal, but 3 times as long. And similarly on Piers Park, I don't even know where you put that long of a ramp. It's just not feasible. So I did want to talk, though, about issues some people have raised on, well, why are we doing this? When this was moving forward previously, before COVID, there was a greater urgency to do this than there is today. And frankly, the urgency was so much that between the projected increase in the number of trains that Caltrain would have and the gate downtime, and it's not really the gate downtime, it's with signals. It takes several minutes for that whole signal system to recover every time you do a gate down and gate up. So it's not just the amount of time as a gate, but between that and the projected traffic increase, it was going to be gridlock. And that was based upon the business plan that Caltrain had adopted and the commute and other car projections. Both of those things have changed. And we don't know how much and how permanently. Caltrain has not yet come back and revised the business plan. I've been pushing for that, and they're launching it this year. It'll be a year or so to do the revision to the business plan, and that will inform how much of a need there is for the grade separation at that location for vehicles. we still have other problems. In our community, at all of these at-grade crossings, haven't been talking tonight or very much recently about the safety and security issues. And for us, it's really security. And really, that boils down to the crisis that we've had in our community for 15 years on suicides adjacent to those, primarily adjacent to those grade crossings. We can fence the corridor in between the crossings, but to have security at those crossings, the only real foolproof method is a grade separation. That doesn't mean we will grade separate all these, but just from that safety standpoint, this is real. It's been a tragedy for our community, and it's not the only factor, but it's a very significant one. And people can shake their heads no, but let me tell you, as somebody who has dealt with the community members who have gone through that trauma, it is real, and it's a big deal for our community. It doesn't dictate our outcome, but for people to just dismiss that, I think is not right. So as we go forward, and Caltrain updates their business plan, along with that, the growth projections for the region are drastically less now than they were just a few years ago. That's by both Caltrans, not Caltrain, who's statewide responsible for planning transportation, and the Department of Finance, which feeds into all of the projections on housing needs. Nevertheless, we have, and cities around us have, these massive housing element mandates by the state, which are nearly a 25% increase in our housing units in just the next 8 years. So although we may have fewer vehicular commuters, and we may not have the growth in trains that we thought, we will have growth in the number of cars from people in our community. And most of the trips that cross are actually us. Although the pinch point was at the commute time. And so previously we were going to have the most cars at the time we would have the most trains. And that's what created the crisis. Now, even on Caltrain, their ridership, to the degree it's recovered more during the day, and they've changed the service plan for the new electrified plan. So we'll have better train coverage from early in the morning and into much of the night, and spreading the train coverage throughout the day rather than just at commute times. In a way that works in our favor, in that it's not going to have the big increase in number of trains at the commute hours, which is what's created the future crisis at the intersections. But when the council was looking at this in 2017, 18, 19, et cetera, they were looking at the prospect of a crisis of gridlock in the community. That time horizon where that may occur is almost certainly stretched out. Does that mean now we have enough time? Because previously it was going to be, we were going to be under construction after we're already in gridlock. So we don't have that crisis. We don't yet know how bad the future need will be. But these projects take a long time. And so this part of the problem is we look at what's the condition today, and we may say, we don't need that today. And what we have to plan for is 10 and 20 years from now. And if we don't do the planning now, then we may be too late in 10 years and we're already in gridlock. That's a tough decision, but that's where we are. I think that, and I'll add one other thing, that is that as we got an update, and Ripon shared it with us tonight, of the cost projections, which on all these massive transportation projects have gone through the roof. Basically, from 2019 until now, these options, most of them have doubled in cost. And so that's another reason why we may have a second decision factor, or a third, as to how many of these grade crossings are we going to be able to afford to do. Now, the dollars, and some of the speakers said, wow, look at all these dollars. Where are we as a community going to have those dollars? We won't. We only have a portion, which is a local share. The VTA, we have about $400 million from Measure B of dedicated toward grade separations in Palo Alto. A few years ago, that looked like that might be over half of the costs, or depending on which alternative. Costs have gone through the roof. That's no longer that much. The way most of these are funded, though, is a combination of a relatively small amount of local dollars as a percentage, and then regional, state, and federal dollars, and they get assembled, and that's how they get funded. But each one of those is a funding challenge. Burlingame, 10 years ago, thought that they were about ready to break ground, and that they thought they had all their money they needed, and they're close now, but it's taken that long to get that close. And they had to assemble the dollars from different sources. They had to redesign it to have fewer impacts on their community and to reduce the cost. Some of the same things that we expect that we're going through. Lastly, Councilmember Koo was saying, well, you can't support something until it's been more thought out. That's exactly the next step. You can't just wish it to be thought out. It has to go through this preliminary engineering. That's the way you get from where we are to understanding the details better and what we can mitigate and what we can't. And you can't just wish it. These are tough things that we're facing, and we all knew. I'll tell you that a number of years ago, there were a lot of people in the community who all came forward with different concepts of what we ought to do, and the refrain was generally the same. It's plain as day. I have the simple solution. Why don't you just listen to me? And why didn't you think of this? Why is everybody so stupid they didn't think of this? And the truth is, there are no easy solutions. A lot of the issues that people raised tonight are the very questions that have been raised for several years, and there are answers that can be provided. We can't provide them all tonight, but you reasonably need to be able to have those answers. Many of them are on this Connecting Palo Alto website, but that's a lot to read, and so I appreciate that we need to provide answers to all those questions, because people are engaged now that weren't engaged before, but have a good reason to be engaged right now. But all I can say is there are not easy solutions, and everyone who has said there were, I just encourage you to dig deeper into it. You'll find there aren't. That doesn't mean the solution that we have tentative is the right one or the best one. We'll find that out, but there's no easy ones. That I'm confident with. So anyway, thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, that was quite a filibuster there. Let's see. Yeah, so I've had 5 different office hours on this topic, and I got to agree that the outreach on this has been really poor. So many people have told me they weren't notified, and we send these little cryptic postcards out to people that nobody knew what was going on. And this is not right. It's a major decision. It's impacting a lot of people. A lot of people's property is going to be taken, and people have no clues to what's going on. So people had to take it upon themselves to walk down the street, doing what I think what staff should have done, and which is to properly reach out to everyone, because this is a major decision. I think if people really knew what was going on, this whole council chamber would have been filled. But anyways, so that's the first big issue. The second big issue is kind of what was alluded to is, the city, we have a $7 million deficit this year. The state's broke, there are billions of dollars in debt. The feds, printing money like crazy, but unfortunately none of that comes to us in Palo Alto. We jacked up our utility rates by up to 15% to try and make up for the deficit. And really there's no money. I mean, we have some money for the design, but there's no money to build this thing. And so, right now we're getting, we're basically putting a cloud over a lot of people's property unnecessarily. And what I think we should do is either we do nothing, okay, because as some spoke that, Caltrain ridership's down, we have a lot of work from home and this and that. And so maybe we don't need to do anything. But the second thing is, if we do it, I think we should do it right. And I've said this since I've been on council, property values are incredibly high in Palo Alto. If you look at anywhere else in the world that has property values as high as ours, they underground the Caltrain. Simple as that. And it's standard. And so I can't see why we don't do that here. Less dust, less noise, less pollution. And people say, oh, it's so expensive, no way it's going to be possible. But so is litigation. Do we think the people whose property is going to be taken in this room and people outside this room are going to sit back and say, oh yeah, just take my property, no big deal. People are going to fight tooth and nail. And you factor in how much time that's going to cause delay, how much it's going to cost in terms of litigation cost, and angst in the community. Not going to happen, right? And so I think we do it right or don't do it. The other thing is, we're in a city where this is what Tesla's engineering headquarters is. In August, we're going to be releasing the Tesla taxi. We have this Palo Alto Link program where, this car drives around for people, and we should partner up. We should get that going, because maybe with autonomous driving, we don't even have to worry about the train. So I really think that we should take advantage of what we have here. We have Tesla, we have autonomous driving here. I see those cars all over the place. There's, like I said, there's no money to build this thing. So no point in putting a bunch of people's houses on some sort of list and then causing them not to get a loan, not to be able to sell, or have to sell for a lot less money, or just cause them stress at night. I mean, it makes no sense. So we should do nothing or do it right. And then the other thing is, I think a lot of you guys know, but I'm largely biking around everywhere, like 99% of the time. So I've taken almost every single route in the city and then some. And definitely, putting kids through long circuitous tunnels and stuff like that is kind of weird. I'm not sure that's gonna make it. I just think we should keep bikes, cars, pedestrians at grade. Put a tunnel underground or the train underground if it really is necessary, right? Because I think if you look at the economic output of our area, it's tremendous, right? And the land values are tremendous. And why would we not make the investment in the infrastructure to do it right, to do it the right way, versus wipe out a bunch of houses and cause a lot of angst? Anyways, I think that's what we should do. Anyways, I did it under my time limit and a minute to spare. So give up the time.
All right, that finishes the first round. I just have a couple of questions. Thank you. Most of my questions have been asked and answered. But just circling now back to our pedestrian and bike tunnels. I'm just kind of curious as far as some people raised tonight, why not just have people use the existing Cal Ave ped bike tunnel? I'm curious, how much additional time is it to, if you're biking towards Seal, it's 4 additional blocks to Cal Ave. I'm just curious how much of a longer of a journey is that. I think the rail committee was very thorough on all this. I assume that was discussed. So curious kind of the discussion around that and why the need to put this tunnel fairly close to existing infrastructure.
Yeah, so just to note, of course, how far the Cal Ave tunnel is from the crossing, it depends where you're coming from. So if you're coming from south, it's further, or north, it's further. But yeah, this is really a bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan item, just to note. And I think this was raised earlier, but something the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan previously and will be looking at is additional bicycle and pedestrian crossings. So really just saying we have an existing crossing and we're going to eliminate one where there's quite a few crossings is probably would be underserving the demand for crossings. And just noting that Churchill, we have hundreds of students that are crossing there currently.
And I definitely appreciate how many students use Churchill currently. I'm curious, just kind of the follow up on the district's reaction to Kellogg, because I mean, in a lot of ways, the Kellogg crossing makes the most sense. It puts you right out there at Pally. But I think Chair Bird said that the district was vehemently against this. Did they explain why? I mean, I understand this kind of comes out underneath the bleachers there, but they were just refusing to even engage in dialogue about movement of bleachers or some modification there, or was it a more significant take? I know we can't, I'm sure the city attorney will correct me if I'm wrong, I know we can't do a taking of another government agency, so that automatically would remove that option if the school district is against this. But can you give us a little more detail on kind of that conversation?
Yeah, so I'm going to let Ripon jump in here in a second, but just to note, I think from looking at it from the overhead, to say that it potentially would just take the bleachers might be a little bit, well, I'll just say, yeah, understating it, but also.
I don't know what it is.
I think they kind of, they reacted poorly to that, because really what it would mean is reconfiguring the entire sports field. I think in some regard, potentially it's just taking away the seats in one area, but it's reconfiguring everything for them. So they reacted quite poorly to that, I would say. But there were also some Caltrain right-of-way impacts. I want Ripon to speak to that if he could.
Correct. And in addition to the PAUSD, there was also additional impacts to the Caltrain side because of the newer and more stringent requirements for the OCS or the overhead electrical systems. We need to have a more clearance from those than previously anticipated. So there were not only from the PAUSD side, but there are constraints also on the other side towards the Caltrain for the clearance requirements that was required.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. Nothing's perfect here, and it's unfortunate that it seems like mostly the door on Kellogg is going to be closed if the school district is not willing to have those discussions. And I do think there are a lot of benefits to the underpass at Pierce Park, being able to have greater access to that park, especially for Old Palo Alto. And so thank you. Appreciate those answers, and we'll come back around for a second round. Remember, let's try to get to a motion now. We're really focusing again this evening on the bicycle pedestrian crossing near Churchill, so Kellogg or Seal. So we'll bring it back around. I believe Councilmember Vinker, then Lithcott Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll stay focused on our crossing at Churchill. I just have a couple of narrow questions. And one, I think we asked last time, and I think we ultimately got a number, and I just don't remember what it was. But there was a question about the need for the crossing, as opposed to, instead of doing either Kellogg or Seal, doing neither, going down to Cal Ave. But how many students cross daily to at Churchill now that would need to find a new route? There was a number we had before, but it was large.
Yeah, it's quite large. We have a number. It might take us a little bit to pull up.
Okay.
But I just want to add one more thing about the Cal Ave tunnel. It's a really old tunnel. I just want to further add to the list of reasons why it's challenging Cal Ave. It's a tunnel that we frequently get complaints about because it's what we would consider a substandard for width. If we were to design today, we wouldn't design a tunnel that narrow. We get a lot of complaints about challenges accommodating pedestrians and bikes at the same time there. And we'd be talking about hundreds of bicyclists and pedestrians needing to go through that at the same rush time. So just to
That's
note
exactly what I'm getting at with the question. I think that there's a huge need if we eliminate Churchill as an option, and sending folks all the way down to Cal Ave and back, I think is a difficult ask. But I was curious if we had a number on that. It just would be helpful.
I think we have our consultant who might have that number handier than we do. Gary Black from Hexagon on video here. Thanks, Gary.
Yes. Hi, good evening. That number is between 300 and 400 students cross to get to the high school on Churchill.
Is that once a day or twice a day? So
that's in the morning and again in the evening.
Right. So 600 crossings.
Yes.
Okay. And I want to also say that I was very impressed by our student speaker. Thank you. I'm also impressed by your concern for your younger sibling and for students of the future. I think that's very perceptive. And thanks to my colleague, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. We've learned that, I think what I heard was that even if we were to close Churchill, we would still have a tunnel. So I think that, is that correct? That's what how the bike peds would cross?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So it's just a matter of where they would go. So I understand there's differing impacts on the community, but in terms of, okay. So, these are all things that we have to consider. But with respect to that, the Churchill closure and the bike ped potential underpass, I know that our partial underpass is the preferred alternative, but the staff report mentioned that the Churchill closure is a backup. Can you tell me, what does that mean? Because what I'm thinking is, if we pursue this and we figure this out, but we get somewhere where we can't deal with the takings, we can't, we've hit some other surprise or something, what does it mean that the closure is still a backup?
Yeah, well, just to note, that's going back to council action, I believe in November of 2021, where they selected the partial underpass as the locally preferred alternative and kept the closure option as a backup. So ultimately, that really is up to council's determination, whether they want that to be. If we start doing the analysis on the Churchill partial underpass and we find that most of the property impacts can't be mitigated, do we want to go back and look at the closure again?
And I guess that's why I'm asking is, we have to make some decisions so we can get the engineering, so we can figure stuff out. But it didn't just say that the partial underpass was the LPA, the locally preferred alternative. It said locally preferred alternative, and there's this backup. And I was just trying to figure out, having that sort of lagging along behind, if we got desperate, we can't, fix some of these problems. Sounds like that's something that, in a moment of desperation, we'd probably set us back some time and various things, but we could pull that ripcord, sounds like. I think I'm hearing a begrudging yes.
Yeah, well, I think that at least that was the prior council's thought, I believe.
Yeah, so the last time council made a statement on it, that's what was said. Yeah, that was before I was around, so thank you for answering that. And then lastly, just as a practical matter, I know we don't know for sure the spot, but what's our best information on where in Pierce Park the currently posited tunnel on Seal would come out? And if it's not in the part closest to the school, could it be? So just generally where, this is a pretty big park.
Yeah, so we don't have a design yet for where exactly the path would go, because really the tunnel would most likely exit on the part nearest to Seal, directly across from Seal. So it's kind of behind the tennis courts. That's where the tunnel would daylight. The question of where the path would go, there's really two different options. One is it goes north along where, connecting up to Castilleja, or it potentially goes south and connects maybe to that maintenance path that's down at the south part of the park, or potentially does both and provides that connection straight across. So those are really the early conceptual options that we have there.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. Could you tell us, Mr. Kimmy, the cost on the Churchill closure backup plan, the rough cost? I know we probably haven't moved it forward to current dollars, let alone $20, $30, because it's a backup. But if there's any chart that compares its dollars to the other option in whatever year that you last had it?
I can tell you from the last update that we had to it, it was between 95 million and 115 million.
And the partial underpasses and those in the dollars from that same year?
Oh, give me 1 second. Yeah, so 260 to 320.
Thank you. And my last question is, do we know what the kids want? It has been intimated tonight by a number of different people in the community, including young people themselves and older people, that the students are going to do what they think is the quickest, most efficient route for them to get where they need to go. You know, like water finds a way, the kids are going to find a way, and we might build it and they won't use it. And that would really be a waste of money. So I'm just wondering if we've actually figured out a way to figure out what the youth are going to choose. If we just imagine we do SEAL and they end up doing, you know, all of them decide to go north and they're dumping out onto that Embarcadero underpass. You know, I'm just so worried about if we haven't included them enough in the thinking, we may find ourselves bewildered by the patterns they exhibit when it's all done.
Yeah, so I can't say that we've had a specific youth survey, but I will say that we received more comments specifically in favor of SEAL generally through the bike and ped plan than we did for Kellogg. And also noting that we had, of course, the school district not in favor of Kellogg, but obviously school district has, you know, concerns about the property impacts more so than necessarily where the kids are. But the SEAL connection does provide additional connections to bicycle infrastructure that the Kellogg option does not, and provides a better gap, so potentially connects more people.
I just wonder if there is any merit or any consideration given to working with PAUSD to do some surveying of the students on their likely, you know, if they were able to sort of have a couple of the options in their hands, if they would tell us what, and you know, properly described so they could really, you know, imagine it, if we could get some feedback.
Yeah, so something that will change on a year-to-year basis is where the students are actually coming from. What we do have is the Pali's catchment map, which says this is the area where the students can come from. And from that perspective, our analysis showed that SEAL would better meet the potential area that students can come from to go to Pali than Kellogg. So that's not pulling today's students necessarily, but that's looking at this is the catchment area. Also noting that that catchment area could change as well.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. And also to the north, they have Embarcadero Road. So that's part of the gap.
It would just seem so, we would find ourselves with egg on our face if we built something for the students to use and they don't use it. And involving them in the process of arriving at the right solution is, even though it's not the same students, air quotes, if students feel that they were a part of it and helped us select it, they're more likely to say like, look, this is what the city did for us, instead of what the heck did the city do to us?
Councilmember Koo.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. I heard at the rail committee meeting that the reason we have to do a 4-track is because Caltrain had gotten money from high-speed rail. And so therefore, one of the commitments was to have a 4-track in Palo Alto. Is that so? Oh, so.
Yeah, so we do have Caltrain staff here that maybe could potentially help, but yeah, that's my understanding. That's is part of the reason is that 4-tracking would potentially accommodate high-speed rail, but also I believe Caltrain desires 4-tracking for their future enhancement.
Yep. But the point is also Caltrain had used some high-speed rail money, which is now the commitment that has the 4-track.
So it's an understanding that their vision, the 2040 vision for the Caltrain has under moderate growth and high growth scenario also requires 4-tracking within Palo Alto somewhere. And that in addition to that, that would also serve high-speed rail. But we do have Caltrain staff here. They can be able to answer, add some more information to that.
Through the mayor, may I have Ms. Navi
Thank you, Councilmember Ku. So Caltrain has a PMFLA that we signed with High Speed Rail. That is an agreement in order for us to conduct blended service, which is to accommodate Caltrain's moderate growth vision as referenced in the adopted service vision for 8 trains per hour per direction, including high-speed rails trains, which are an additional 4. So that's in the 4 tracks are there in 4 specific locations along the Caltrain corridor. Those four track segments have been identified as the following: Millbrae, Redwood City, Hayward Hillsdale, and then a Santa Clara County segment that is what we have identified as California Avenue per rail committees urging to identify that 4-track segment sooner rather than later in order to help initiate this advancement into the LPAs. And so where you see this blended service in that 4-track, it's what we're obligated to do under the agreement in order to provide that blended service in the passing tracks that would be needed to safely pass trains, whether they're Caltrain or high-speed rail, along the corridor north and south.
But high-speed rail did provide funding to Caltrain in order to do the electrification and to do certain work on this right-of-way.
They did provide funding as partners, but under the PMFLA, we did have a blended service, and that agreement was made in order to attribute to and ensure that we can bring high-speed rail onto the Caltrain corridor safely.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
My point is basically that now Palo Alto has been committed to a 4-track in a very narrow right-of-way, and this is also part of why we're being impacted so much. And then just to go back to the assertions that Councilmember Burt made about me being on council since 2018, and all of these alternatives did come through. A lot of the tutorials that lots of us have taken is through the chair of XCAP. And at the time, I remember very clearly, only one property was going to be impacted with the underpass over at Charleston. And on East Meadow, there was the multi-residential, only a part of the driveway was going to be impacted. Nothing to the degree of the number of houses that are now considered for partial takings. And so I do not appreciate that assertion. The other assertion that was made that the tragedies that happen on the railroad is absolutely tragic, and it's real, and nobody discounted that. But the fact is, this is still on the surface. So I do not appreciate that statement, because all of us feel the tragedies that happens with our youth or anybody who has committed suicide there. And again, I want a confirmation on Seal. It's been asserted that there will be no properties, partial or full takings, but only parking. Can I please verify that?
The 2 corner properties at Alma may have some impact because of the turning movements that will be happening at that location with the addition of the ramp in the middle of the road.
So 2 corner properties.
Correct.
Thank you. Partial takings.
For Steel Avenue.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
I'd like to move the staff recommendation, item number 1 at the slide number 33 on Seal Avenue.
I will second it.
Vice Mayor, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, very briefly. We need a tunnel to get bikers and pedestrians under the tracks. We studied this at length in the rail committee and supported the seal decision. And nothing's perfect, and there are landing areas that will have to be addressed, but I think the staff and consultants made a very good argument in favor of seal. So that's why.
Councilmember Burke.
Yeah, I'll just add two additional comments. One was, a question not only how many bicyclists just going to Pally are there per day, and there are many other bicyclists who take Churchill, but those of us who witness that intersection at those rush hours know that they'll be backed up a band of 20 or 30 or 40 bicyclists at once, and who will then ride on the wrong side of the street because there just isn't a good flow there. It's a really dangerous situation that that needs to be addressed one way or another. And then I did want to just respond to the mayor's question on Kellogg and the question of which bikers get service. So first, we have gotten some information from the school district on basically where their bike riders are coming from. But today we have a crossing on the north side of Embarcadero that comes up Kingsley that is in our CIP this year to do improvements between that location and the underpass there. But that takes you either to the signal crossing Embarcadero to Pally or Cloverleaf at Trader Joe's and into the entrance right just on the south edge of Embarcadero. And so everybody who comes from kind of north of Embarcadero, that's the route. There's only a triangle of folks who would be really benefited from Kellogg between Embarcadero and Churchill or Coleridge that would benefit from that route. Now, there is an advantage that if the west side ramp exited everybody essentially on the Pally property or adjacent, that's an advantage. But in terms of where the origin and destinations are of riders, that's part of the reasoning why SEAL was viewed as better. And as I think it was Councilmember Vinker who said that SEAL is, it's the only through street that goes all the way to Lewis there and connects all the way to this location. So it's in terms of our we call it east-west bike routes. That's a real ideal route from the standpoint of being able to take kids and other riders all the way from St. Francis area, crossing all the way to Stanford. Thanks.
Okay, further discussion on the motion? Councilmember Koo.
Yes, I'd like to find out from staff, after this goes through, what can I expect to hear back from you, and what can the residents and the community expect? Obviously, we need to have more outreach, but can you just kind of give me what procedurally you're going to do and what we can expect when you will be coming back?
Yeah, so the next steps, well, obviously just to know, coming back next week to talk about the other locations.
Right.
But apart from that, we still have several agreements that we need to get through, including the FRA. We need an agreement with VTA and Caltrain still, another agreement with Caltrain.
This is for funding or just agreement? Agreement for what?
All of those things. It's for funding and for the services. Just to note that Caltrain actually intends to become what is it called? The lead implementing agency following this phase, the current phase that we're in, the conceptual phase. Caltrain intends to take the process and be the lead implementing agency. So we become an agency that provides input to the lead implementing agency at that time. And Caltrain you might want to have Caltrain up to speak more about that, but just to note that the timeline would be further developed in the next phase when we go out, following all those agreements. We would get there would be an RFP or something like that, where Caltrain would collect bids in order to provide that the next phase. And so that's when we would know what the schedule is for that.
So moving forward, then if the residents have any comments or public input, they would have to go to Caltrain to provide those?
No, well, I would expect that Caltrain would want to hear that, but no, we would continue to be engaged in that process, city staff.
Okay, okay. Yeah, because I think that residents should know that if they're the leading agency, if Caltrain is the leading agency, then there might be less. Yeah, I have concerns about that, but thank you. So now you know.
Councilman Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you. I am concerned about the partial taking of property on Alma due to the partial underpass, and tend to be in favor of solutions that don't require the partial procurement of folks' homes. So I am intending to vote against this.
Yeah, Vice Mayor.
Yes, I'd just like to speak to that. Like the other alternatives, the point of doing this is to go to preliminary engineering and environmental documentation phase to see what the impacts are. So we're trying to get from the 5 to the 15. That's the only thing that we're voting on tonight.
I guess it then raises the question of the validity of the backup option. If we only advance this option, where does that put us in terms of properly assessing the legitimacy of the backup option, should it turn out that this option does in fact require some partial takings?
I didn't hear from staff that if we get to 15%, we can't go a different direction. It's a long way between 15 and 100. So.
Yeah. So ultimately, I guess that would be the point of the check back in at that point is to determine. I mean, I do have some questions. I mean, it's a financial question. It's all financial, right? It's financial and timing. So obviously, if we're going to go to 15 and then say this alternative is not going to work, typically when you have a preferred alternative, the alternative to that alternative is no project. So you've determined, no, this project's not going to work. We're not doing a project. But you can, of course, and in particular in this instance where the alternative is a little bit different. It's less of an engineering challenge because it's a closure. It's more of challenges at other locations than that specific location. It's actually probably an easier alternative to move back and start. So that is entirely, I think, within council's ability to decide that.
As Mr. Kami also pointed out, that there's a financial component to this decision. Philip, let me ask you to speak to the order of magnitude investment that the city will be making in order to take any of these alternatives through that next phase to get to, as has been described, the 15%.
Yeah, well, actually, I can tell you that the estimate to get to 35%, which is like 5 to 7 million per alternative. So the question becomes, of course, it's not half that. It's some percentage of it to get to 15.
Councilman Snaka?
I'll be brief, but I don't think I could support this either. I really think we heard the community. There's a lot of issues with it. I really think that what we want to do is not put a cloud over people's head, but try to come up with a proposal that doesn't take people's property. So I'm not going to be voting yes on this one.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yeah, thank you. Just quickly, I share Councilmember Lithcott-Hames' concerns about the potential takings, and also about making sure this is something students would use. But I heard staff say earlier that you'll be assessing whether we can reduce a lane on Alma and perhaps prevent that. And I would urge you to do that in parallel with this and also assess likely student paths in parallel with this so that when we get back this and preliminary engineering, we can feel comfortable about those two issues. And if not, perhaps pull that ripcord. I will say that I will not be inclined to look favorably on an option that we can't engineer away from takings. But I'm going to be an optimist on that because I do want to make sure we do have a safe route for bikes and pedestrians. And I also heard what you said about the backup for the closure. So I think we have that in our hip pocket if need be. So I will, with some trepidation, be supporting this motion.
And I'm aligned with Councilmember Vinker. We're not at the finish line. We need, 5%? We need a lot more information. I agree, concerned about takings, but we're not there yet. And we need to have additional information. That's exactly what this does. And we have been on a very long path to get to this point. And I have been concerned about now maybe some talk about not going with the partial underpass alternative at Churchill. And I think if we start to go down that path, we are going to hear from many other members of the community who are going to be equally upset. So, of course, there's no perfect plan here, but I do think this is the right move to move forward and continue to explore this option. Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, I'll just reiterate that the only way that we are able to understand whether we can address these concerns is through going forward with the engineering. That's the choice before us right now. And there are alternatives that may very well be able to address the community's concerns. We don't know that yet. We have the potential to negotiate with Caltrain to go further into the right-of-way. We have the option, the one that Councilmember Vinker has asked about, that was discussed at the rail committee meeting. And as staff said, that's one of the prime options that we're wishing to pursue. My understanding is from the traffic modeling standpoint, it looks feasible. Now, there are other considerations, but at least on that threshold, it looks feasible. If we don't go forward with that analysis, we never get to that point.
And Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you. I wonder if the maker would accept an amendment to include a phrase that I understand is not necessary, but I think for the sake of clarity of our intentions and the conversation that was just had, if we could add right before the semicolon with the closure, whatever we call the closure alternative, with the closure alternative as backup. Could we add that to this motion? I realize it's already the policy. I realize it's redundant, but I feel that for the sake of the public who are concerned about this, knowing that that possibility is there, should we discover that, what's happening with the partial underpass is problematic in terms of the number of property acquisitions, I think it would go a long way to include that.
I don't personally find that would be helpful, but I'll accept the language.
Councilmember Burt? You accept? Okay. Okay, and so we'll add that. And then Councilmember Koo.
It doesn't have anything to do with the motion, although I was just going to ask if the rail committee and staff could consider moving their meetings to an evening so that people who work are still able to participate in the rail committee meetings. Especially this is a really large undertaking for a lot of the residents here. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Clerk, are you looking where to insert the language?
I'm sorry, yes, I said it was after the semicolon, but that's in the item number. So I think it would go after the last word, phase, comma, lowercase w, with the closure alternative as backup period.
Okay. Motion looks good. No more lights. Let's take the vote.
Councilmember Ku,
No.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Motion carries 5-2.
All right, thank you, everybody. And as a reminder that, oh, sorry, coming back to city manager then on when next week we'll hear the rest of this item.
Yes, so at this point, it does look like Tuesday would be the best date for the continued discussion specifically to the Meadow and Charleston crossings. You do have a full docket and several time-sensitive items. So a recommendation would be to have this follow the other action items, which are the CDBG, the Community Development Block Grant Action Plan, and the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park streamlined review. So this would then be the third action item for that evening.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. With that, we're adjourned.